gonna be
Wait lang, wait lang.
immortalized on YouTube.
Wait lang. 1 minute, check ko lang lahat.
Hi.
Okay, redirecting to YouTube. Okay, we're live on YouTube.
There'd be no song without you, without you.
I've been contemplating about why I feel so jaded. Sometimes I feel amazing, but mostly I feel crazy. This stupid situation is keeping my heart vacant. I'm trying to find a way out.
This isn't what I'm used to without you, and that June you made me brand new again. July we're in the car, the radio on. You tried to turn it off, but I can't move on. And I know that we'll grow, and one day I'll be fine in the cold again. And I could try to chase the August sun, but summer doesn't last all year, my love.
Social situations made me kinda anxious. Honestly, I hate this. Used to be my favorite. Hate it when I'm wasted. Picture perfect. Polaroid clothespin to the curtain. I could tell it wasn't working, but I thought that you were worth it.
This isn't what I'm used to without you, and that June you made me brand new again. July we're in the car, the radio on. You tried to turn it off, but I can't move on. And I know that we'll grow, and one day I'll be fine in the cold again. And I could try to chase the August sun, but summer doesn't last all year, my love.
Just meet me in the morning, so I don't feel lonely. Help me get my feet back on the ground. This feels like a relapse. Tell me that you see that this time I can tell it's over now.
So I don't feel lonely. Help me get my feet back on the ground. Back on the ground. This isn't what I'm used to without you, and that June you made me brand new again. July we're in the car, the radio on. You tried to turn it off, but I can't move on. And I know that we'll grow, and one day I'll be fine in the cold again. And I could try to chase the August sun, but summer
try it for a night. I told you already I trust you with my life. Urban angel, please give me the time. I swear to you I'm nice, I'll love you if you try. You never wanna talk to me at night. Is everything alright? Feel like you're trying to fight. I don't know what I've done to make you cry. Thought everything was fine, I'll leave you if you like. I hope she knows I've loved her all my life. I'm not sure why we're moving in circles again. I told you I loved you and you really just wanted a friend. I've lost my mind, cause you're playing with my heart again. And I'm still stuck up on you even though I know you've been serious. Urban Angel 1999, I want you to be mine. I say that all the time. I know that you don't want me, but that's fine. I'll love you till I die. On that I'll never lie. I'll always try to treat you like you're mine. I want you to be fine, no matter what the time. Oh, Urban Angel, realize what I do to make you mine. Tonight the neighbors like the noise. They're coming over too. We're coloring Polaroids with the sweetest part of June. All swimming in the moment, a darkening blue. Glance into the draft light. Will she be here soon? Out here to lift it up, kicks out clean, wings been rough out. Can't seem to get enough the summer nights. All your love is summer nights. All your love is.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will be starting in a few minutes. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone of a few house rules. Please mute your microphones while the webinar is ongoing so that we can reduce background noise. Please refrain from messaging the chat. Questions for the speakers may be sent in through Slido with the code 27986. You may send your questions while the lecture is ongoing, and they will be raised at the end of each lecture. Again, questions for the speakers may be sent in through slido.com with the code 27986 and will be answered during the question and answer portion at the end of each lecture. Before we start, we'd like to know how you all are feeling. Head on over to slido.com with the code 27986 and send us your responses. Thank you.
Pick up and cheap gasoline. Lightning, best show that I've ever seen. And you get up every day and you work hard for your pay. Happy in a pair of jeans. Oklahoma, it made a man out of me. Let's skip the club, let's skip the crowd. Wanna take you on a date. I'll hold your hand, I'll hold the door, 'cause that's how I was raised. Yeah, all the other boys in town all look and talk the same, but I got a different kind of heart. I'm a cowboy in LA. Cowboy in LA. And we can take it slow, this ain't a rodeo. I can show you something new. Let's skip the club, let's skip the crowd. Wanna take you on a date. I'll hold your hand, I'll hold the door, 'cause that's how I was raised. And all the other girls in town won't look at you the same, 'cause I got a different kind of heart. I'm a cowboy, you got a cowboy in LA. Cowboy in LA. Palm trees, square dancing under the moon. I've been calling you up 'cause I'm missing you. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I say I don't care, that's not the truth. Yeah, I'm still in love with you, and I know all your friends, they hate me too. I wish that I was better at the things I do. I say I don't care, that's not the truth. Yeah, I'm still not over you. I've been calling you up 'cause I'm missing you. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I say I don't care, that's not the truth. Yeah, I'm still in love with you, and I know all your friends, they hate me too. I wish that I was better at the things I do. I say I don't care, that's not the truth. Yeah, I'm still not over you. It's been 2 years since I last saw you. Still wish that I run into you, 'cause I know that you're still in our hometown. And wanna see me, and I understand if you don't want to, but I will never forget you. I've been calling you up cause I'm missing you. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I say I don't care, that's not the truth. Yeah, I'm still in love with you, and I know all your friends, they hate me too. I wish that I was better at the things I do. I say I don't care, that's not the truth. Yeah, I'm still not over you. I've been calling you up cause I'm missing you. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I say I don't care, that's not the truth. Yeah, I'm still in love with you.
Both of my exes moved to Australia, and I'm left with the dangers of a 23-year-old kind of mind. I'm not saying that it's my fault, but it didn't help at all that I couldn't turn back the times. Oh, when the lights on. Oh, when the lights on, I see what I needed to see long ago. So I'll drink till I'm numb, and I'll smoke till I'm sane, and I'll tell all my stories of fame, and I'll fuck just for fun, and find peace in my shame. It's cliche, but it's better this way. Well, I've tried to get out there, but I know it's not fair to put them through the doom and gloom that's my head. Now I've had time to realize, to cross the T's and dot the I's. Not everyone is meant for love, my friend. Oh, when the lights on. Oh, when the lights on, I see what I needed to see long ago. So I'll drink till I'm numb, and I'll smoke till I'm sane, and I'll tell all my stories of fame, and I'll fuck just for fun, and find peace in my shame. It's cliche, but it's better this way.
Felix, tears.
There's no one that I need, nowhere I'd rather be than right here. But when I see you smile, feel funny, can't think clear. Look me in the eye,
Okay, so let's take a look at what you guys answered. So I can see that there are a mix of responses. Some are feeling stressed and anxious, while some are excited and feeling good. Hopefully, this webinar will serve as a much needed detox for all of you guys. I hope you're all looking forward to today's program. We have invited very special speakers for you. For those who just joined, go to slido.com and share with us how you're feeling. Again, questions for the speakers may be sent through slido.com with the same code 27986, or you may scan the QR code shown on your screen. You may send your questions while the lecture is ongoing, and they will be raised at the end of each lecture. Thank you.
Just run away with me. This town is hell. It turned me to a zombie, but now I'm healed. You've unfrozen my chakras with your light. I hope I don't regret this. Just run, pull me like a carriage to wherever your heart is. I'm sure I won't mind. I'm falling so quickly. Someone should pinch me soon. She talks like the movies. It smells like hibiscus in bloom. I sit in the shotgun. We dance and forget everything. She looks like Point Reyes and sounds like the leaves in the wind. Screaming without a care, feeling like there's nothing else in the world, nothing besides you, girl. Screaming without a care, feeling like there's nothing else in the world, nothing besides you, girl. I've driven the country from ocean to ocean blue. I've taken the long way, but guess what? It's still letting go. How you gonna look at me like that and I expect me to look at you right back and tell you I've been searching for something, maybe my dear it's you.
This event is presented by St. Luke's Medicine Student Council, Medical Center William H. Caution Memorial, and co-presented by the LaSalle University Dasmariñas Free Medical Society, Hype Ateneo, Movement Experts Society, the Free Medical Society of the Ateneo, Free Med Society LaSalle Bacolod, Trinity University of Asia University Student Council, UP Health Sciences and Free Medicine Society, UP Molecular Biology and Biotechnology Society, Free Medical Society Baguio, the UPLB Genetics Society, the UPLB Microbiological Society, the UPLB Society of Pre-Med Students, Youth Alliance for Health Reform, Youth for Mental Health Coalition, Inc., in partnership with Alliance of Philippine Pre-Medical Societies, Ateneo Environmental Science Society, DLSU Chemistry Society, UP Pharmaceutical Association Student Council, UP Pre-Medical Society. Would also like to thank our official media partners, wheninmanila.com and Green Giant.
It's a beautiful morning, don't throw it away. If I give you the sunset, you wish for the rain. Do you even notice what I'm trying to say? If I give you the ocean, you complain about the waves.
She's super bad, hot in her attack. She's super bad, she got me feeling. She's my mantra. She's super bad, hot in her attack. She's super bad, she got me feeling. She's my mantra. You got me in a headlock and I like it, baby. He's not me. He get by, but girl, I buy it. We got chemistry. Hey, we get intimate. She's into me, my energy. Hey, we get in the crib to bite for me, so lights out. She's so super bad, I wanna pipe. She tell me pipe down. Soon as we get home, I told my queen take off your tights now. Knew just what she want. I'm sending signals like a lighthouse. She know I don't bite. She want a piece. I told her she's so bad, hot in her attack. She's so bad, she got me feeling. She's my mantra. She's so bad, hot in her attack. She's so bad, she got me feeling. She's my mantra.
Came on 10 with a rock in the spot. All white kicks with the bright blue socks. She want a salsa tomato. She got too high, jalapeno. The shoes came off. Her 2 top missing out the room, they locked. The girl start kissing on my ooh, they want. She gon' put me in a headlock and I like it. I'm my wife that. You could be the end of the night. No, nothing won't sight. No cap in my nightcap. Hey, I got the keys to the whip. You can bring all of your friends to the nice act. She wanna swim in the light. No clubbing, no line. More living less like that. Hey, I got the green in the spliff. She want a piece of the kids on the right that.
Hot in her attack. She's so bad, she got me feeling. She's my mantra. She's so bad, hot in her attack. She's so bad, she got me feeling. She's my mantra.
Let us now begin this event with an opening prayer to be led by Mila Garcia.
God, thank you for giving us the strength to endure hard seasons. Nothing we go through is wasted. Right now, parts of our world are preparing to reopen. We don't know what the transition will look like, but you do. So we ask that during this time, you would guard our hearts and minds, encourage anyone feeling anxious, afraid, or helpless. Continue to heal those who are sick and protect those who are not. Protect and strengthen the brave people serving others on the front lines of this pandemic. Give our leaders wisdom as they navigate this season. Let your hope and truth guide their actions. Unite your global church, increase our generosity and faith and love for those around us. Restore communities for the glory of your name and rescue people from depression, addiction, and loneliness. Continue to transform us. We believe we will see your goodness in our land because we know you are at work in our lives. Calm our fears as we trust in you, and come and do what you only can do. In Jesus' name, amen.
Good afternoon again, everyone. I hope you're all doing well during this challenging time. I am Raya Fuentes, a second year medical student from the St. Luke's Medical Center College of Medicine, and I will be your host and moderator for today. I would like to welcome you to SULONG, an online mental health webinar for students on COVID-19. Before we officially move on to the event proper, I will be giving a brief background about this event. This webinar, SULONG, aims to provide information on how to live in the new normal due to the COVID-19 pandemic. At the end of this session, this webinar hopefully would be able to provide participants with the knowledge to protect themselves from getting afflicted by COVID-19 by debunking common misconceptions, providing practical tips to avoid getting the virus, and explaining the importance of health literacy and appropriate understanding of health information. Moreover, the webinar will also tackle issues of mental health and anxiety and appropriate ways to manage them. Lastly, this webinar aims to help students understand their identities, not only as students or future doctors, but also as Filipinos, and how they can contribute to rising above the challenges brought about by the pandemic. We will now start off our event with the opening remarks. Let me call on the Director for Externals of the St. Luke's Medicine Student Council, Gareth Lou Sacramento.
So, a pleasant afternoon to our esteemed speakers, partner organizations, and of course, our valued guests for this webinar. Before I begin, I'd like to ask, Kamusta? I hope everyone is doing fine and resting well. 2 months ago, when I, together with my project heads, Raf and Catfell, who you will meet later, were planning a webinar, we wanted to come up with a topic that would be relevant to today's current events, but at the same time, something close to our hearts. The usual topics surrounding COVID-19, like the science, economic consequences, and political issues came up. But we felt like something was missing. We felt like we could talk about another issue, one that's not highlighted or being discussed, but is still relevant to us. So we reflected upon ourselves and realized what could be more relevant to us than mental health issues surrounding us students. I read an article online that said students carry a heavy burden because of the pandemic. Aside from adjusting to the new physical and social norms, we also have to alter our study habits and adjust to the new teaching strategies being used right now. Quarantine fatigue, anxiety, Zoom fatigue are some of the terminologies floating around. One might think that these sound petty compared to the plight of our frontline workers who are exposed to the virus every day. And that idea is exactly why we came up with the topics for this webinar. We wanted to start a discussion about the issues being faced by students because of the quarantine and help them realize that their problems and emotions are totally valid. Sometimes we shrug off what we feel because we think to ourselves that we're only students. We only stay at home, we just sit down and watch our screen, while other people risk their lives every day. So who am I to complain? We wanted to scrap that idea and help students realize that these thoughts are valid and that seeking help is totally normal. So we decided to focus on topics that were on a more personal level than. With the help of our speakers, we will hopefully allow you guys to learn more about what you're feeling right now and to learn how to take care of yourself, not only physically, but also mentally. This talk was formulated for us, college students, medical students, high school students, but I hope and believe that even the non-students here with us will get something out of it. Again, I would like to thank you all for participating in this webinar. Let's have a fruitful discussion and a meaningful afternoon. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Garrett, for sharing with us the story behind SULONG. For today, we will be having 4 speakers who will give us lectures about how to take care of ourselves during the pandemic, how to be more aware of the world around us, and how we can improve ourselves to better serve our country. By the end of this seminar, we aim to answer these 4 main questions. Who am I? Where do I belong? What can I do? And how will I know? Before we introduce our first speaker, we would like to present the results of some of the survey questions we asked in the registration form. First, what is one word you think of when you hear the word purpose? Some of the most common answers are goal, reason, mission, and meaning. This question has a follow-up, which was to rate from a scale of 1 to 5. How sure are you that you know what your purpose is? Almost 40% answered 3 or neutral. From this response, we can see that a lot of us are still mulling about our purpose in life. Hopefully, we can get closer to the answer as we hear from our first speaker for today. Lastly, how would you describe Filipinos in one word? A lot of people answered hardworking and resilient, which is truly very befitting of our identity as a nation. Okay, so that's it for our first set of questions. If you have questions for our speakers while their talk is ongoing, you may send them through Slido with the code 27986. Okay, so without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker, who will answer the question of who am I and talk about drafting our purpose in life. Elisha Corpus's journey towards drafting and refining this purpose with intentionality started after college. After graduating from UP Diliman with a degree in psychology, she moved to the United States to pursue her master's in human resources and labor relations at Michigan State University. In 2016, she took a full-time role with Microsoft based in Seattle, USA. There, she was part of the global learning and development team that worked on learning programs for 130,000 employees all over the world. She was involved in initiatives that supported the company's culture transformation. She saw firsthand how organizations can contribute to creating environments where empathy, learning, and inclusion can thrive. After 4 years of studying and working abroad, Elijah decided that she wants to continue working on her purpose, but in the country she calls home, the Philippines. Currently, she is a consultant, learning designer and facilitator, and certified transformative coach. Culture transformation is her specialty area, and she works with various companies on implementing interventions to align behaviors, mindsets, and organizational processes with their desired culture. Everyone, let us all welcome our first speaker, Miss Elijah Corpus.
Hi, hello everyone. Good afternoon. It's so nice to see all of you, even though it's a rainy afternoon. I don't know where all of you are located, but here where I am, you might even hear some of the rain in the background. So we'll power through it. Hopefully, our talks for today will give us energy before we go ahead and bunker down in bed with our Netflix because it's so nice with the rain. But let me go ahead and set us up. So please let me know if you can see my slides. Just give me a quick confirmation.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So again, hi everyone. I'm so glad to be here with you today. It's so nice to be with the students. I think especially at a time like this because your everyday routine just got thrown out the window and now there's a lot of opportunity then to create new routines, new habits, and hopefully what we talk about today can be a part of your new habit. Today we're trying to answer the question, who am I? There's so much certain uncertainty around us. Things are changing every day and I'm sure it has led to a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress. And so, in our journey towards being more mentally healthy, which is what we are all here for today, we can look into ourselves because really, out of everything we cannot control around us, the one thing we can manage is ourselves. And what I can share with you today is just one of the ways that we can manage ourselves. And that's really through being able to draft our purpose. I'll share three things about that we can all think of as we reflect on it some more in the next few weeks or months. And so I won't introduce myself again, but really I just want to show this slide because when I do introduce myself, I like to start with my purpose. Guiding individuals and organizations towards defining and creating their desired impact on the world. That is the purpose statement that I have drafted for myself. So I make it a point to start off with that just because it's highlighting the importance of being able to reflect about it. And it's highlighting the importance of what having some sort of clarity about our purpose can bring into our lives. This whole talk, as you can see, it says drafting. It's not being sure of your purpose, it's not finding your purpose. And we'll talk about later why the use of the word drafting is so important. But what I want to highlight here is even for me, this purpose statement that you can see in front of you, maybe it'll change next week or maybe it'll change next month. But what's important is that we're continuously reflecting on it and trying to figure out, who am I? What am I trying to do? What impact do I want to create? And so to start taking us along the journey of what are some of the things we can think about to be able to answer that question, I want to share with a story from my own experience. So this story is about Abenson, the appliance store. If people are familiar with makeup here, so Becca Champagne Pop, which is one of the most popular highlighters ever hyped up, and the 545 Seattle bus from Redmond to Seattle, Washington. And so this story goes all the way back to 2015. I was an intern in Microsoft at the time. It was the summer in between my first and second year of grad school. And I was an intern as an HR business partner for one of the big groups in the company. It's about an afternoon in my life where all these three elements came together and made me realize some things. And so that summer, because we were all interns who are MA or MBA students, we were all housed in like beautiful apartments. So I was very, very lucky. I was in a one bedroom, 29th floor of a high rise in downtown Seattle. It was like the ultimate dream of independent adult living, if you will, because that was the experience that I had. And so that specific week when this story happened, it was payday. And because it was payday, I knew that I had money in my account that was set up and sent by the company. And Champagne Pop was coming out that day. And so my whole plan was after work, I'll hop on the bus straight to Sephora, get me my makeup, and that'll be the perfect way to spend my money. That'll be the perfect afternoon. So I'm in the bus, right? And I sit down beside this lady, and I think just by looking at her, I kind of knew she was Filipina. You know how when you're abroad and you're traveling and you see someone and you just know, you get the vibe. Like, this is my kababayan. But I didn't talk to her. And I think up till now, that was one of my biggest regrets, that I never even initiated a conversation. And so I sat beside her and I had my earphones on, typical millennial, listening to music. And then I had my shades on, so she couldn't see that I kind of could see what she was typing on her phone. And I saw that she had her calculator app open, which is what caught my attention first. Because she was typing so fast on her calculator. And so I thought, damn, she's good at math. Like, she was typing so fast. And then I just kept on looking at what she was doing. So after her calculator app, she goes ahead and opens a website. She goes to Abinson. So in the Abinson website, she goes and searches for a refrigerator. So I'm like, okay, interesting. So maybe she wants to buy a refrigerator. I didn't think much of it. And then afterwards, she places a phone call. And the first thing she says is, Nay, bilhin nyo na. And I think that's when I paused and thought, oh, okay, so this is one of those OFW stories. It seems like I kept on listening to her, and she was saving up her money, she was saving up her salary to buy her parents a refrigerator from Abenson. And I remember being so emotional about it at the time. And I didn't even know why. Like, why did this affect me so much? This kind of story, we hear it all the time on TV, in the movies. So this is something we know happens to a lot of our kababayans abroad every single day. And I think at the time, I couldn't figure out why it mattered to me. But the point that we can all look at here is our emotions, they show us what's important to us. Maybe we don't understand yet why something is important or why something matters. Maybe we don't understand yet why we feel so strongly about something. But just having that emotion, it's already a clue. It's already a signal that tells us, pay attention to this. This is something that can be important for you. When we have these strong feelings towards something, maybe these are happy feelings or angry or sad, whatever that is, it's an invitation for us to keep on trying to reflect on them. And I think this is where we want to find a healthy level of staying connected with what that feeling is, staying connected with that emotion, while still trying to balance what's healthy for us in terms of being able to feel that emotion. I think though, if we take the time to reflect on it and think about, what is this telling me? What value is this showing for me? Or what is the difference that I want to make and that this emotion is telling me to make? Then it gives us a clue as to what our purpose is. It also helps us to get to know ourselves better, because different people react to different things. And if we react to a certain thing, then that's kind of a guide that's telling us that, hey, maybe you're this kind of person who thinks this is something that's important. This leads us to our purpose. But before we get into exactly why and what we can do with that emotion, let's try to define purpose. I saw earlier that you already did some data gathering around the purpose, and a lot of people said that it's a goal. So that is actually very accurate with the definition that we know. This one is the long version from a journal article. So, purpose is a moral strength that encompasses future directedness, long term goal commitment, connection to something larger than the self, and action in service of the greater good. And so, as we can see here, one of the things that you mentioned in your in your survey is in the definition. But let me ask you, what are the words or the phrases that stick out to you? What are the ones that look interesting? Let me know in the chat box so I can see what you type. What are the words or phrases that are standing out for you as you read this? Okay, so I'm seeing compass, future directedness, the greater good, connection to something larger than the self. Okay, larger than the self. So, okay, commitment, future directedness. All right, so I think a lot of people are gravitating towards the larger than the self and the future directedness. So, when we think about purpose, it's different from meaning. It's usually confused with that, right? A lot of people would say, I want to find my purpose, I want to find my meaning. But meaning is something that's more internal. So, it's something that can exist without being able to look outside of us. So as long as we think that, okay, this is meaningful for me, I derive some value out of it, then that can be meaning. Purpose takes that a step further. They are related, but with purpose, it's telling us that this is something that has an externality to it. So when it comes to purpose, we're also thinking about outside of just ourselves. We're thinking about maybe the people around us, or maybe it's even bigger than just the people around us. And so it's something that goes beyond our individual selves. When it comes to purpose, it's also telling us that there's a certain level of future directedness. So when it comes to goals, it's not just what matters to me now, the day at present. When it comes to purpose, there's something about a long-term thinking around it. Okay? The thing with that though is, especially in our current situation in our modern world, long term can be very relative to whatever is your situation. And so for me, when I try to think about purpose, I think it's less about the time or the number of years. I think it's more of what is that? I think it's more of what is that impact that you can uniquely create and that you want to create. So maybe that impact is something you think you can make happen within the year. Maybe this is something within 5 years, but it's more of centering yourself in what is something that's uniquely you and that uniquely want to do. See, kind of a tongue twister there, but if you kind of shorten the very technical definition up top, this is how I like to think about purpose. So again, it is the impact that you can uniquely create and that you want to create. It matters to have that idea of your purpose, even though it's not yet fully baked, because it gives us, number one, coherence. When we have that idea of purpose, it creates connections and understandability. It gives clarity on why we do the things we do, or maybe even why we like the things that we like. I know a lot of us have, for example, many different hobbies, right? Like you're all in med school, but I'm sure some of you also paint or dance or sing. And so for a lot of people, we just think about these things as, oh, they're hobbies, they're random things that I do. But if we take the time to look at what is our purpose, it can be the thread that makes everything connect. It can be the thread that can go from one hobby to the next. And then it helps you see how can they all, even though they are different puzzle pieces, how can they all fit and reinforce each other? So that's what we mean by coherence. Purpose, though, is something that also gives you focus. So it's not just a random set of different things, it's also being able to converge on a point or converging those multiple elements to a certain goal that you'd like to make happen. That's what we mean by focus. And then purpose also gives you direction. Direction keeps you moving on the path. It's sort of that motivation that tells you, why am I moving towards that focus in the first place? So that's why you need that direction, because it helps you know why you're still going at it. When we try to answer, who am I? Our purpose helps us with that, because as we gain clarity on the different things we do, as we start to focus on our goal, as we start to figure out our direction or why we keep on moving, it helps us understand who we are. So that is the first thing to think about in terms of drafting our purpose. The things that we feel strongly about can give us a clue as to our purpose. So our emotions, they're not good or bad fundamentally. These are just signals that give us a clue as to what matters. Especially at our time now that there are many, many things making us emotional. I'm sure if you just open your Facebook, even if you do it right now, there's already something there that can potentially make you emotional. But I think if we find that balance, then we can use those emotions as learning points so that we can use them as prompts to keep on reflecting on our purpose. And so let's go to the continuation of that story, right? And so when I think about why did that make me so emotional? Why did I feel so strongly about seeing this lady, this Filipino lady in the bus and telling her mom, Nay, bilhin nyo na yung ref. I think I was greatly affected because it highlighted the difference in our situation. Here was this lady saving up her money to buy a refrigerator for her family in the Philippines. And there I was in the same bus, but in a completely different situation. Because all I wanted was to go to Sephora to get my makeup. And I didn't even have to worry about rent or anything like that. And I think it was at that moment when I realized that it really is different. I mean, these are things you intellectually know because you go to school, you make essays about it, you see it in the news. But there are moments, I think, when you feel it and you just realize that, oh, what I thought I knew, I didn't. It's only now that you realize it is actually a different kind of situation that they're facing. And I think that is sort of telling us that to fully know ourselves and the potential impact we want to make through our purpose, it requires a certain acknowledgement of our privilege. So I think at that moment it was this that it helped me with acknowledging what is my privilege. I'm sure she's also a very, very smart person. Like she can do math so fast with her calculator app. But why was she in that situation? And why was I in my situation when I'm sure I'm not any smarter than her? I can't do math. Like, you know what I mean? And so I think at that moment, it was more of telling me that I've had certain opportunities, certain access to information and knowledge in life that led me to where I was. And maybe she didn't really have those things. But if she did, she could have done something amazing out of it. When we invite ourselves to acknowledge our privilege, it's not about making us feel guilty of the things that we experience. It's not about making us guilty that we were born into like a nice family or that we got a good education. It's not that. I think it's more of defining for ourselves that hey, maybe you are in a situation where there's something you can do because you are enjoying a certain set of things. That's related to our purpose because if we look at the parts of a purpose statement, it's not just about the things we can uniquely do, right? It's not just about your how or what are those actions that you're trying to make happen. It's also about who are those people that you are trying to impact. So the next part of a purpose statement is for who. When it comes to for who, think about the people in your spheres or scopes of influence. These are the people that if you do something, you can make a change or make the opportunities possible for a change to happen. And then the last part of your purpose statement is really what is the result or that impact that you are trying to make. So if we break it down, you'll see here an example of my purpose statement. you can think about what is that verb that could encapsulate the things you want to do. So that's your how. Who are the people, or who maybe is the person, if it's just one person, that you're trying to impact? And then, of course, the last part of your purpose statement is what is that impact, or to what result, to what impact if you make the change happen? This is a call out that our purpose is, it's unique to us. It's something that we uniquely can create, but it's not just for us. So we have to find the balance of it being a very individual thing, but it's something that we share with the people around us. And also, this is telling us that we are not separate from the people who are around us. When I think about it, it's easier said than done, right? People are so tiring a lot of times. Like, it's already very tiring to take care of yourself. And then now the speaker is telling you to also think about others, right? It's easier said than done. I know. But I want to share with you a concept that for the people here who came from the psych world, you might be familiar with this. So, in the psych world, there's this idea of kapwa. So, kapwa is a core concept in Filipino psychology. If you think about it, it's really just saying that we have a shared identity. So, me as an individual, I have a shared identity with the person beside me or the people around me. What I like about the definition of kapwa is it's not saying that, oh, if you don't accept me, then that's your fault. We're not kapwa. It's telling us that the responsibility to start practicing this, it actually comes from ourselves. So we have to be able to recognize that we have a shared identity so we can practice this. So it really starts with us individually knowing that we cannot exist separate from the people around us. So when I think about a purpose statement, yes, it starts with you clarifying for yourself what you can do, but it also cannot be a full statement if we don't look around us and see, how am I related to the people around me? How are we connected? So it's all about recognizing those connections. As we answer, who am I? We cannot do that in isolation because it's about seeing ourselves in relation to others, and that's how we can magnify our purpose. So that's the second thing to think about. And then we move into our third thing to think about. So now, right, that was in 2015. And I still can't forget that story because I think it played a lot into my decision to come home. So, if you heard a while ago in the introduction, I came home in 2018. I packed up my 4.5 years of living in the US and came back. I thought before, so before while I was still working in the US, my plan was, okay, I'll work for kind of a long time until maybe I become a director or a VP or whatnot, so I can have a high enough level, and then I'll come back home. And because I have a high enough level, then I'll have more influence or I can make things happen. But the more I think about this afternoon and how it made me feel, I realized that I don't have to wait for when I become a high level leader. There are things I can do and that I want to do that I can do just as me. I don't have to be a VP or a director to wait for that moment to happen. And so I decided in 2018 to come back because I was feeling like I already learned a lot of things and I'd like to find out some more things about how is the workplace in the Philippines? How can we make it organizations where people can realize their purpose and know that they can contribute their purpose? How can we make organizations more purpose driven so that they are intentionally connecting with society and not just existing for their shareholders. So these are things that I realized I didn't have to wait until I grew up more to be able to impact. And that's really because your purpose is not out there. So it's in you and we don't have to wait to find it. If you look at how purpose is described in a lot of popular articles, what is the verb that people usually tie to it? Do you remember? Sige, let me know in the chat if you remember. So it's blank your purpose, right? Or blank your purpose. Yes, so it's usually finding. Another way people talk about it is usually discover your why. I actually have workshops on purpose and I call it drafting my purpose. One of my participants said that they hated saying finding my purpose because in Filipino, if you translate it, it's something like hahanapin ko yung purpose ko. Bakit mo hahanapin? Nawala mo ba? And so this participant said they just hated it so much. That's why they went to my workshop because it's about drafting. And so for me, that's one of the biggest messages that I think we can think about. We don't need to look around us or to wait until we maybe get a bit older or have more experiences to find what that is. It's in us. It's about taking the time to think of what can I do and what do I want to do given the reality that I'm in now. Because a purpose doesn't have to be earth shattering. It can just be making an impact in the scope that you have a realistic influence over. That is the third thing to think about. When it comes to purpose, just draft it. Let's strive for intentionality instead of striving for certainty. What do we mean by this? A lot of us, we want certainty. We want to be sure. How can I go into a decision when I'm not sure? Or how do I take a risk without guarantees? Like, we want those guarantees. The thing is, though, and I'm sure a lot of you are realizing these days, looking for certainty is impossible because if you had plans 6 months ago, I'm sure those are not going to happen anymore. You had to change your plans. And so instead, maybe we can think about intentionality. Intentionality is moving with deliberateness, it's being carefully studied. So it's about knowing what you don't know and then constantly reflecting as you go along. It doesn't guarantee certainty, but it tells us that what we want to learn is just as important as what we already know. So if we go about our lives with intentionality, it's about reflecting, having a growth mindset, and continuing to realize and learn as we go along. And so again, let's recap the three things to think about. First, we said that the things we feel strongly about can give us a clue to our purpose. And so the next time we feel very emotional about something, maybe a good exercise is to ask ourselves, what is making me feel this way? What matters to me? What value is this telling me that I have? And the next is to be able to draft our purpose and get to know ourselves more. We have to be able to look at the people around us. And so seeing ourselves in relation to others can magnify what is that impact you want to make? What is your purpose? And then lastly, just draft it. You don't have to wait or look for it somewhere else. If we try to strive for intentionality and to learn from the different things we experience around us, then that gets us closer and closer to our purpose. So, with that, I just want to ask all of you. I know this was a very, very fast run through on purpose, but I usually see that even just awareness of it can help a lot. And so I want to ask you, what change do you want to see in yourself as you practice drafting your purpose? And then maybe let us know in the chat. Just a little reflection time for us. Okay, I see someone, Sabel says consistency. Yes, so having at least an idea of what that impact is and what you can do, it can help us with consistency because we know why we do the things we do. perseverance, self discipline, improvement, less indecisiveness. Yes, having some idea of purpose can help you know what decisions to go after. And also, it can help you be more open because you can clarify for yourself what are the things I don't know yet and maybe I'm interested in. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing that. I do hope that even though this was a short time we had together, you can keep on practicing to draft your purpose so that the things you say in the chat can become true for you. And with that, that is the end of our time together. But in terms of what I want to leave you with, it's really three things. So, number one, we all want to do something that matters. As a coach, I all of my clients, no matter what industry or what level, if you get to the root of their quote unquote unhappiness or dissatisfaction, a lot of them will start saying that I just want to help. I want to do something that can help other people. And so I think if you're feeling that way, it is normal because I think as humans, we want to make an impact on people around us. Then the next thing is number two, it's up to us to decide what that something to help will be. So no one else can tell you if what you want to do matters or not. It's up to you to decide if the way you want to help matters to you. And then last is in the process of deciding for yourself what matters to you and what impact you want to create, that's how you can know yourself. I know our question is who am I? You can't really answer that and give an exact, clear, sure definition of who am I. I think the best way to answer who am I is to keep on reflecting on it as you go along. Because as you discover more about the world, you discover more about who you are. I'll leave you with one of the quotes from Steve Jobs, right? So he always famously says that you cannot connect the dots looking forward and you can only connect them when you look backwards. And so he says that you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect. So I want the yes and Steve Jobs. I think he's correct and it's such a wise thing to say. I do want to say though that why wait? Why wait until the end so you can look back and make sense of your life? I think there's a certain level of let's trust that the dots will connect and also make it connect. So write your story. What do you want that story to say? How do you want the dots to connect? And then if you decide that for yourself, then at least you can go through the different dots moving forward with intentionality and with knowing that I am making an impact in the way that I'd like to. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Corpus, for that inspiring talk. Your discussion taught us that purpose gives us coherence, focus, and direction. We don't always have to know our clear cut purpose right now at this very moment, but what's important is that we're continuously reflecting who am I? What impact can I uniquely create that I want to create? How will I do it? And who are the people I am trying to impact? To start drafting our purpose, we can look for various clues in our emotions, the things we feel strongly about. Part of knowing ourselves is also acknowledging our privilege and that our purpose is not just for ourselves. We are all interconnected and we should see ourselves in relation to our kapwa. In the end, we don't have to look anywhere else but in ourselves to draft our purpose. As Miss Elijah said, just draft it.
Great summary. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will proceed to the question and answer portion. You may send your questions through slido.com with the code 27986, or you may scan the QR code shown on your screen. So we allotted 10 minutes for this question and answer. Okay, so actually we've got a few responses already, Miss Elijah. So one of our participants actually kindly shared with us his or her favorite quote from his or her undergrad theology class on commitment.
Ooh,
so it's not a question, but she just wanted to share it. So the quote says, "The place God calls you to is the place where your deep gladness and the world's deep hunger meet." So by Frederick Buechner, So what can you say about this quote?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe what that. If you remember the second thing to think about, right? It's about privilege. And so our purpose that that's correct, because if we like doing it, then it's something that gives us happiness, and our privilege is to be able to do what makes us happy, to do something that gives us that fulfillment. And also, I think when we think about purpose, it's not just about ourselves, because something that gives us fulfillment is something that can also be of value to the people around you. So, thank you for sharing that. That's a really nice quote.
Thank you to our audience. Okay, so we actually have a very good question here. So, what is your advice for people who feel drawn to a certain purpose but can't pursue it due to their personal situations or financial constraints?
Yeah, thank you for that, because that really is the reality, right? We don't all have the luxury or the privilege to just do what we want. I think, though, if you reflect on what is that purpose, look at the current situation you have now. What are maybe some little steps that you can take to still get the essence of that purpose? Or maybe what are the small steps that you can take to get to that eventually? So I think even though we can't be full on 100%, diving into the thing we want to do, if we think about breaking it down into the small steps, just think of what is the next realistic, even though it's small, step that I can take. And then hopefully that can give you the motivation to keep on going.
So thank you. I hope you were able to answer her question. The next one is, do you think destiny is synonymous to purpose? I have always heard that finding your purpose, it sounds similar to finding your destiny. I would like to know your thoughts on that. And I love your thought also from another audience.
Ah, I've never been asked that. So very interesting. So I think when it comes to destiny, there's a connotation that it's kind of written, or it's a path made for you, or like you were meant to do this. I think with purpose, m- maybe there's some of that, but what matters in purpose is that you know what you're doing, and you're fully aware of why you're going after it. And so there's a lot of agency there in yourself. There's a lot of empowerment, and you could even say control that you have, because you're not just going with a path that was created or destined for you. So I think partly it could be related, because destiny connotes that this is the impact you were made for, or that you were put on the earth for. But I think purpose puts that a step further to say that, hey, it's up to you. You have full agency over where you want to take that life. Hopefully that's really, yeah, that helps. That's a very interesting question.
Thank you. So we're now down to our last two questions.
Sure.
So for the first one, what to do when you feel like everything is falling apart and can't see the motivation or purpose to move forward?
Yeah, very realistic also, especially in our current situation. So I would say the first thing is, don't pressure yourself so much to figure out what is that purpose. I think we all have different timings, and if now is the time where you have to take some rest or not think about yet what your future will hold, take that time. We also know that a brain that's forcing itself to think will not think of good insights. And so try to take your rest, try to make your brain not think about it, because that's when insight will come, when your brain is rested and connecting everything. So that's one way to answer your question. I think the next way that we can answer it is, think about what's making you not so motivated. It's a little counterintuitive, right? Because some people will say, don't dwell on it, or wag mo masyadong pag-isipan kung bakit ka malungkot. I think, though, if we keep on asking ourselves why, what is triggering this, where is it coming from, it might be a clue as to what matters to you. Maybe it's more around, it's helping you to create an awareness of what is something that matters so much that it pushes you into action to do something. So you could try doing that and see if it does lead you to some more clarity.
Thank you for answering that question. So here's the last one. Do you believe that choices are for rich people only?
That's very Catherine Bernardo quote from her movie. In some sense, I do think that privilege helps you to be able to make choices. And I think it will be unrealistic for me to say that that's not true, because in the world now, you do need a certain level of privilege to have the freedom to make the choices you want to make. So I think in some level that is true, but also I think if you just look at what is realistic for me in the situation I'm in, maybe I'm rich or maybe I'm not so rich. Of course, rich is also based on your definition if you're rich or not. So look at your situation and then ask yourself, what is a choice that's realistic for me? What are the options that are realistic for me? Because whatever situation you're in, the options available for you are there, and it's still your choice to think about what is the option I'll go after. So I think it's different depending on what life situation you have, and it's up to us to look at what will I go after.
Okay, so all right. Thank you again, Miss Elijah Corpus. That ends our question and answer portion. So now, to show our gratitude to you for being our speaker for this event, the organizers have prepared a virtual certificate of appreciation. So we hereby recognize Ms. Elijah Corpus for sharing her time and expertise as a speaker in St. Luke's Medicine Student Council's event entitled SULONG, an online mental health webinar for students on COVID-19, given this 19th day of September 2020. Again, thank you po.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Have a great rest of your talk.
So before we move on to our second speaker, let's go back to our survey questions. So first, are you aware of what primary health care is? I'm glad to know that 80% said yes. For the rest, I'm sure that our next speaker will enlighten all of us so that we can be better informed regarding primary health care, especially as future healthcare professionals ourselves. Second question is, are you interested in pursuing a career in public health or community health? Majority, about 68%, said yes. So that's a very good thing to hear. We are very much in need of capable community health workers at our arsenal. Hopefully, our next speaker will be able to inspire more of us to venture into this discipline. Dr. Anthony G.H. Cordero is a graduate of UP Diliman BS Psychology and UP Manila Doctor of Medicine. He is currently an associate professor with the UP Manila College of Medicine and the director of the UP Manila Community Health and Development Program. He has been working in the field with government and non-government community-based health and development programs since the 1980s. He is also the chair of the UP Manila College of Medicine Return Service Obligation, the vice chair for medical undergraduate programs of the UP Manila College of Medicine's Department of Family and Community Medicine, and the chair of the UP Manila Ugnayan ng Pahinungod Community Immersion and Service Program. He will answer the question of, where do I belong? And talk about community health. Let us all welcome Dr. Anthony Cordero.
Okay, so um, good afternoon, everyone. So we'll try to have a discussion that would answer the question, where do I belong? And finding our purpose in the pandemic. So, okay. Maraming salamat sa mga organizers for the recommendations with respect to discussion points. Sa sobrang ganda ng recommendation nila, ito ang susundin natin. Okay, so the outline would follow the recommended discussion points of the organizers. And in the context of these recommended discussion points, we'll try to have this learning objectives. So hopefully by the end of the session, we'll be able to achieve this 6 objectives, five objectives for this afternoon. So what can I do during this pandemic? So I guess it's pretty obvious and everyone has been telling you to do these things. Stay safe, stay at home, no mass gatherings, always wear a mask and a face shield. Okay, so, and your main purpose is not to get sick and not to cause others to be sick. So in relation to that very relevant talk of the first speaker, remember may purpose. Yung purpose, parang goal or objectives. In order to achieve that, you need activities. And these are the activities. Okay, so very simple. And I'm sure you've heard it so many times since March 16 or 17 when the ECQ was declared. Okay. However, aside from the main purpose of not getting sick, it's also possible that you have other reasons for doing things during this pandemic. In order to have a concrete direction for the talk, we'd like to focus on a possible purpose of yours, which is to contribute to a COVID response program. Okay? And the advocacy of this presentation is to promote the community-based response. Now, as a health sciences student, concretely, this would mean working with your courses or with your student council, yung organizer ng relevant event na ito, your student organizations, or maybe local government units, or NGOs, or faith-based organizations. As a health sciences student, parte ka ng isang universidad. And all the universities would have very loosely 3 forms of public service work that you could be a part of. One type of public service work would be the course-based public service work. So rotation mo sa community nursing, sa pharmacy, or sa physical therapy, or sa surgery kung medical student, yan. Course-based yan. You're helping people or communities by going through a course. And then there's your involvement with the student council or with student organizations. Ito yung volunteer type of public service. And then of course, kaming mga consultants, meron pang pangatlo, yung public service via the practice of the profession. Okay, so pwede yan gawin, maski medical student. And I'm sure itong mga nakalista dito about community health, sobrang daming beses nyo na yan narinig. May isang talk na samahan kami at ang sabi ng speaker, since March daw, every 5 seconds, may isang bagong article tungkol sa mga paksang yan. Okay, so physical distancing, hand washing. So, okay magalala, hindi na natin yan ipo-pursue this afternoon. Okay na yan. But to give you an idea, ano ba concretely ang ginagawa ng community-based programs, then it would be these things. As well as these different issues. Okay, so if you get involved with community-based programs, you'll probably encounter this. Remember yung first speaker, ang galing ng sinasabi niya na you have to find meaning, yan. Yung mga grupo na nagko-COVID response sa mga meetings nila, kapag tapos na nilang pag-usapan yung operations, yan ang mga paksa. Yan ang mga paksa nila. Lalo na yung parang ang worry lang ba natin yung outcome ng community health program na to? Wala na ba tayong pakialam sa process? Yan. So ito yung mga pinag-uusapan after the operations. kung gagawa kayo ng community health during ngayong panahon ng COVID, ang isang magandang reference ay ang Philippine Society of Public Health Physicians. It's a group that has come out with 4 modules on local preparedness and response strategy, on case finding and contact tracing, on establishing community isolation units. Remember yung controversy ngayon? Parang gustong ipagbawal ng government ang home quarantine simply because hindi siya nag-work. Kasi, di ba, urban poor, wala namang sariling room. Napaka-impractical naman talaga nung home quarantine. So, ito yung isang issue ngayon. And then, of course, number 4 is a family-oriented approach for the different levels of care. Yan. Ito. Kung gagawa kayo ng COVID response na community-based at gusto mong mahanap ang purpose mo in life, so ito ngayon ang dilemma mo. Tutulad ka ba dun sa picture sa left na ang tingin sa tao ay parang mangmang na kailangan mong parusahan para matuto? The picture on the left, that's a barangay na ang polisiya nila kapag nag-violate ka ng curfew, ikukulong ka sa kulungan ng aso. Okay, naging very controversial yan. Dito naman sa kanan, kapag nag-violate ka sa curfew, magtatanim ka ng gulay doon sa kanilang provincial garden na several years nang nag-ooperate as part of a provincial nutrition program. Diba? So, anong gagawin mo sa nag-violate ng curfew? Yuyurakan ng dignidad by putting them sa kulungan ng aso or making them part of a provincial program. So yan yung mga pinag-uusapan sa community-based programs. This is in the practice of community health. This particular slide is showing everyone the concept of creating a mechanism for the advice to be followed. Okay. Sorry, medyo mahaba yung sentence. Ang advice kasi, mag-physical distancing. So ano yung ginawa ng isang local government unit sa Region 3? Nagawa sila ng market schedule para yung mga tao hindi sabay-sabay pupunta. So yung 9 barangays sa left, market day nila pag Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sunday. And then yung barangay sa right, okay, medyo lugi sila, 3 times a week sila pwede mag-market. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Ang tawag dito, creating a mechanism for the health education to be transformed into positive behavior. Okay, because you have to remember, teaching alone is quite lacking. Okay, teaching alone teaching alone as an activity will not be able to achieve the objective of preventing a disease or promoting health. So tutularan nyo ang LGU na ito from Region 3. Okay, they created a mechanism. Now, another ito very practical to for students, for student organizations, and maybe even the St. Luke's College of Medicine Student Council. That's helping communities put up hand washing facilities, especially in communities na mahirap yung tubig. So itong picture na to, this is another local government unit. Sa Bicol yata to. Ayan, sa Bicol tong picture na to. So yung local government unit naman sa Bicol, yan, naglagay sila niyan. Para, kasi di ba, mag-a-advise ka, hand washing. Paano kung walang tubig? Di ba? Paano man sila mag-wash ng hands? So ang ginawa ng LGU na to, nag-create ng mechanism para yung advice na yon ay matutupad nila. Okay? At ito naman, isang health education technique ng isang local government unit from the province of Cavite. Now, this is a very progressive bingo card. Because if you look at the different parameters, so parang sa game, technique yon kahit online, para matutunan ng mga tao ang dapat gawin. At saka tingnan nyo, nakakatuwa yung isang laman ng box. Diba? Nagpapasalamat sa barangay health workers at iba pang frontliners. Diba? So yan yung ine-educate. People are it's being recommended that people kind of show your appreciation for frontliners. Aside from that, there's another excellent point. Sa letrang B, look at this one. Naiintindihan kung bakit may community quarantine. Yan ang panawagan ng mga academic institutions. That if we engage communities, i-explain mo yung reason behind the instruction. So ang complete sentence na gusto mo sana, excuse me, mag-practice po tayo ng physical distancing. Kasi, explain mo ng konti kung bakit. Diba? So yan, bingo ka na ba? An information campaign by a local government unit from the province of, a municipality within the province of Cavite. Okay? So now, these 5 things, when you do community-based programs, ito yung mga sobrang lumalabas na ngayon unti-unti na kailangan mo din matouch aside from COVID response. Number 1, disruption of regular programs. Kasi maraming LGUs at NGOs, nilamon na sila ng COVID. Kasi wala na silang ibang inaasikaso. So, NCD programs, disrupted. Dengue prevention programs, disrupted. In fact, our community partners in Cavite, when we were there yesterday, many of the midwives and the nurses were doing house to house, of course, with all the physical distancing and with face masks and face shields. They were implementing the municipal immunization program. Kasi na-disrupt yon when COVID-19 happened. Now, yung preaching to the choir, pag webinar ka sa community-based responses at ina-advocate mo na hindi sapat na hospital intervention lang, kailangan may community-based at meron kang, kunyari katulad natin, na meron kang 141 participants. Minsan mapapansin mo dun sa webinar on community-based interventions, yung 141, nag-a-agree na naman sa'yo. Ginagawa na nila since March. So wala ka na re-recruit na bago. So yun ang issue. Parang yung kasabihan nga na preaching to the choir. Yung mga local government units na hindi kumikilos, wala sila dun sa webinar. At yung mga mayors at mga governors na ang galing-galing, sila yung nasa webinar. At ang lahat, atat na atat mag-share. At sa open forum, wala nagtatanong. Lahat nagbibida-bida. Kasi lahat sila, ini-implement na siya since March. So this is another thing your student organization should think of. Paano mo kukunin na participants sa isang webinar on community-based programs, yung mga walang pakialam sa community-based programs. And then the multiple sources of guidelines. Diba? Katulad nung nabanggit ko kanina, may isang artikulo about COVID every 5 seconds. And then how to communicate these guidelines to the non-choir. May nakita kong isang NGO. Nag-create siya ng Google Drive. Ilang mayors ang magbabasa ng Google Drive na yon, di ba? So we have to think of ways on how to communicate these guidelines to the non-choir. And finally, as we are 6 months into the COVID response, community groups like local government units or NGOs must start thinking of mainstreaming the COVID strategies into their overall program. Ang ibig sabihin ng mainstreaming, parang yung issue na gusto mong ma-mainstream, in this case, COVID-19, magiging integral part siya ng policy at saka program, lahat-lahat sa grupo nyo. Yung pinakamagandang example, and we have to credit the World Health Organization, they have some papers on it, ang galing ng WHO. Ang favorite nilang i-example na mini-mainstream sa mga academic institutions ay yung konsepto ng gender. So ang pag-mainstream daw ng gender, kailangan in every single policy, kunyari ng St. Luke's College of Medicine, in every single program, pasok yung gender. At ang galing ng WHO, ang sabi nila, in English, ang simula ng mga ganyan ay laging as an add-on activity. So kunyari sa St. Luke, second year proper, may isa kayong course. And then 16 sessions yon for the 16 weeks of that semester. And then session number 11, gender, yon. Add-on pa lang siya. And then, hindi mo makikita ang gender sa sessions 1 to 10 at sa sessions 12 to 16. Okay lang yon. That's how you start mainstreaming it. And then, after several years, after several semesters, makikita mo all 16 sessions may gender na. Yon, na mainstream mo na siya. Okay, so ang COVID-19 dapat na siyang ma-mainstream. Ang isa daw konkretong example niyan, sabi ng isang mayor, parang yung PPEs, ano na talaga siya? Parte na siya ng binabudget ng LGU. So makikita mo yung LGU, pag gumawa siya ng budget for a year, kino-compute na. Ilang face shields ang kailangan ng mga midwives namin. Ilang face mask ang kailangan ni Doc. So pag nag-submit siya ng budget proposal, pasok na. We have to start doing that. And a lot of governors and mayors and NGOs have actually started the talk on mainstreaming COVID. But if you want to learn how to actually do it medyo yung sa operations, yung WHO, meron silang mga magagandang documents on it. Okay? So, how can a health sciences student contribute in practical terms? Yan. Kayo ang makakasagot niyan. Paano kayo makaka-contribute in practical terms? Siguro, ang isa ko lang madadagdag is yung mga student organizations. So sa St. Luke's at sa iba't iba pang mga medical schools or health sciences schools na represented dito sa Zoom call na ito, yan. Baka pwede kayong mag-community-based strategies as a student organization. Okay? So isa yung konkretong pwede mo magawa as a health sciences student with respect to community health. Yan. How can I use my Filipino values in fully realizing and enacting who I am as a medical student and as a doctor? Kailangan niyo tandaan, ang values, social construct lang yan. Inimbento lang yan ng lipunan. Okay? So kayong 138, okay, nabawasan ng 3. Kayong 138, simulan nyo na today, huwag kayong papa-influence na, oh, Filipinos are supposed to be hospitable. Di ba? Kung bad trip ka dun sa pinsan mo, huwag kang maging hospitable. Di ba? Kunyari, evil siya. Di ba? Huwag kang papabiktima na, oh, kailangan ko siyang patulugin sa room ko kasi sabi nila, Filipinos are hospitable. Hindi. Social construct lang yun. Inimbento lang yun ng lipunan. And to prove to you na inimbento lang yan ng lipunan, this next slides will show you socially constructed Filipino values according to the internet and based on the recommendations of the organizers. May nahanap akong site. Yan. Meron daw tayong 14 good Filipino habits that make the Philippines a great country. Yan. Okay? So sabi ng website na yan, noong September 2, 2014, yan daw ang Filipino values. Sabi naman ng isang website noong December 26, 2014, according to a sociologist, yan daw ang values natin. Yang 5 yan. Okay? Ginamit niya sa isang launch ng isang campaign, yung Change for the Better. And then, meron din ganyang listahan. Yan naman ang sabi nila. Ang Filipinos daw ay ganyan. And, according to the organizers, 3 core values of Filipinos are bayanihan, pananagutan, and malasakit. Inimbento lang lahat yan ng organizers. At inimbento lang din lahat yan ng society. So, kung merong isa dito sa inyong 139, ayan, dagdagan ng isa. At meron kang gustong sabihin, hindi, ang Pilipino dapat ganito. Go. Go lang. Diba? Kunyari, ang Filipinos hindi dapat hospitable sa mga colonizers. Yun, very good. Diba? Okay. Ngayon. Diba? Yan. Kinuha ko yung ilan dun sa mga, diba, 4 yung sources natin. 3 sa internet, 1 sa organizer. So color-coded yan. Yung una kong flash, yung mga green, tapos yung maroon, tapos yung blue, tapos yung sa organizers, yung black. Pati kung ano yung kasunod ng sentence niyan, iniimbento lang din yan ng lipunan. So tinan nyo ha. Let us define respect as, di ba? Traditionally, ang respect, pag sinabi sa'yo, Filipinos daw ay respectful. Oh, that means yung usong-usong mano-mano, di ba? Yan ang kalimitan sasabihin sa yung definition ng respect. Okay, to the 140 participants, let us revise that. Aside from mano-mano sa elderly, sabihin natin, for us, ang respect means respect for human rights and the 6 human rights principles of universality, non-discrimination, interdependence, participation, accountability, and inalienability. Yan ang respect. In addition to the mano po, lolo, mano po, lola, and respect for the human rights of people. Yang listahan na yan ng principles of human rights, that's from the United Nations. United Nations ang gumagamit ng rights-based approach. Tapos ang helpfulness, hindi siya yung nagbibigay ng tumutulong sa tumatawid. I-expand natin. It's not just helping someone cross the street. It's helping via participatory, empowering, evidence-based, available, and accessible approaches and strategies. Masipag, hindi yung nagbabasa lagi ng transcription, yun lang ba masipag? I-define natin ang pagiging masipag ay pagsasabuhay ng sinabi ni Margaret Chan ng WHO, which is magpaka-hardworking tayo in fighting the natural tendencies of the health system towards fragmentation, commercialization, and hospital centrism. Pwede mong i-define na yan ang kasipagan. Diba? Okay, pwede mong define. Ang kasipagan ay kasipagang manligaw. Okay lang din yon, diba? Or ang kasipagang mag-practice ng football para kami mag-champion sa palarong med. Very good din yon. Ang point, kung ano yung kasunod ng value, pwede mo yang imbentuhin. At yung pagiging masigasig, sige, define natin siya as pagkilos ng naaayon sa 5 prinsipyo ng Alma Ata Declaration. Masigasig ako dyan. And in terms of community health, ito yung nire-recommenda na guiding principles nating lahat. So kung ikaw ay student council, student organization, isang community rotation, these are the 5 principles that hopefully magiging gabay mo. Yung slides na to, meron pa akong binago ng konti dyan eh. I'll email it to the organizers later and then pwede niyang i-share sa lahat. Walang problema yun. Yan, yung love and care. It's just as loving and caring cute babies. You can define it as loving and caring the marginalized, the oppressed, and the vulnerable. At ito, ang favorite ko, yung inimbento ng organizers na values daw natin ang pananagutan. It can be the pananagutan, accountability, tungo sa paniniguradong merong mekanismo na maayos ang pagtugon sa social determinants of health. Again, kung gusto niyo magbasa tungkol sa social determinants of health, may magandang articles dyan ng WHO. Okay? And then, since iniimbento lang yan, ang South Africa, nag-imbento din, yung Ubuntu. Hindi lang siya free and open source. Yun ang masikat na Ubuntu eh. Pero ang Ubuntu talaga is a South African concept encompassing key values such as solidarity, conformity, compassion, respect, human dignity, and collective unity. Okay. Ito yung parang isa sa mga pinakahuling parte. Community-oriented curriculum in medical school. Nirekomenda to ng mga organizers. Ang galing ng recommendation ng organizers. It gives us a chance to define ano ba ang community-orientedness. Community-orientedness is responding to the needs of a country. Yun ang definition niya. Therefore, a community-oriented curriculum should have courses that contain community immersion activities because the community immersion activities will help you understand the needs of your country. Yes? So, pwede kang mag-community-orientedness, pwede kang mag-respond sa needs ng bansa either through a hospital program or through a research institution or through a community-based program or through a health policy hub. Pwede lahat yan. Pero sa simula, kailangan nag-community immersion ka. para malaman mo kung ano yung needs ng country. At yung magandang sinabi ng speaker kanina, yung galing tayo sa point ng privilege, yun yung number 1. Kaya may community immersion. Community immersion is being done so that middle and upper class medical students will know the needs of our poor citizens and why those needs are present. So lahat ng pictures na nakikita nyo, those are all medical students doing community immersion. And then pag nagawa mo yung 1, magagawa mo yung 2. The medical student can then decide on how to respond to the needs. And then magagawa mo yung number 3, which is kailangan gawin mo rin yung guiding principles. Siyempre, ang ina-advocate natin is the primary healthcare approach. And then, medical students and graduates, pag graduate nyo na, can respond either sa community setting program, hospital setting program, research institution, or a policy-making body. So, maraming lugar na pwede kang pagtrabahuhan para maging community-oriented. Medyo misleading lang, no? Akala mo pag community-oriented, kailangan nasa community-based program. Ang complete sentence ay, para ka maging community-oriented, kailangan nag-community immersion ka muna para malaman mo yung needs ng society. And then, kung saan ka tutulong, depende na sa skill set mo at sa interest mo. Pwedeng sa isang research institution, pwedeng sa isang community program, pwedeng sa isang hospital program, or pwedeng sa isang health policy hub. Okay? So yan. Ito ang mga example ng kung gusto mong malaman kung ang curriculum mo community-oriented, ilan ito sa mga konkretong makikita mo dapat. Sa first year, dapat dinidiscuss yung national health situation para alam mo yung context ng buong medical school mo at ng pagiging doktor mo. And then sa first year, dapat dinidiscuss din yung primary healthcare approach. Kasi kung may problema, yan yung guiding principles. Tapos yung mga department, dapat naririnig mo. Ganito yung mga intro. Good afternoon, class. Welcome to the Department of Otorhinolaryngology. Ang didiscuss natin ngayon, yung 10 most common sa Pilipinas. Yun. May isa akong department na kilala. Itago natin sa pangalan ng Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology ng UP Manila. Nung dinidevelop nila ang third-year curriculum sa UPCM na dapat outpatient setting, alam ba nyo na ang Department of OBGYN nag-research ano ang 10 most common OPD cases sa OBGYN. Tapos yung natuklasan nilang 10, yun ang content ng curriculum. Yun yung ibig sabihin ng common diseases are tackled by the department. Okay? Yan, mga mainstream. Magko-concentrate tayo dun sa 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, dun sa pang-pitong bullet point. Community-based rotations within a 3-year or a 7-year program. Hindi kayo dapat pinipressure ng department na magpakulo ng project during your 1-month rotation. Ang tawag doon, mali. Okay? Dapat ganyan. Ay, hindi naman kasi kami yan, no? Medyo masama naman pala yung expression na yun. Okay, erase. Ulit. Ito ang isang example. Yan. May dumadaan ka from preparation all the way to disengagement from 2013 to 2021. So kung magro-rotate ka, tatanungin mo sa preceptor, Sir, ma'am, anong stage na ba tayo? At nang makatulong naman kami doon. Yun. Katulad yan. Yan yung planning. Ginawa from December 2013 to July 2014. Yung first 4 rows. So kung magro-rotate ka ng 2016, wala nang planning. Tapos na yun eh. Okay? Hindi pwedeng tuwing first week may community diagnosis. And then second week, planning. And then third week, implementation. And then fourth week, endorsement. Naku, kawawa. Kawawa ang community kasi walang nangyaring program at kawawa kayo kasi akala nyo okay yun. Okay? Yan. Isa rin nating sinasabi, interprofessional collaboration. Magtulong-tulong ang mga iba't ibang disciplines. So yan. Nagkakasama-sama yan. Tapos, kung gusto mo magsimula ng project at matatapos sa dulo, pwede yung gawin sa diagram na ito. Sige, last 1 minute. 1 minute na lang to. Or 2 siguro. Sa diagram na to, ang pwedeng gumawa nung sisimula ng project sa simula, matatapos sa dulo, pwede yung gawin ng public health, pwede yung gawin ng community nutrition, at pwede yung gawin ng nursing. Alam niyo kung bakit? Kasi hindi sila buong taon nagro-rotate. Okay? So very good yon. So, tapos ang galing ng ginagawa ng nursing. Requirement nila magpa-training. So sa training, kung ano yung ongoing program, doon sila nag-training. Galing, di ba? Yung public health, kailangan mag-community diagnosis. So anong community diagnosis nila? Yung implementation ng ongoing program. Itong mga colleges of nursing, community nutrition, at public health, sila yung nagpatunay sa kasabihan na pag gusto may paraan, pag ayaw may dahilan. Ginawa nila ng paraan na yung curricular requirements nila ay papasok sa overall program. Okay? So para naman alam niyo na totoo talaga yung sinasabi ko, so yan yung mga iba't ibang units ng programa. At ito, pinapakita sa inyo to para sabihin na ang isang technique dapat, ang nagfa-fund ang government. Hindi kayo magpaparamage sale para makabili ng mga BP app at saka ng mga STET. Ilalapit nyo sa kinauukulan, katulad ng ginawa ng program through the Provincial Health Office at nilapit siya sa dapat magpondo na itawag natin sa pangalang Governor John Vic Remulla. At si Governor Remulla, pinondohan niya yan. Kaya ang ginagamit ngayon ng program ng mga gamit, yung pinondohan ng provincial government. And then, ang DOH, nagdadagdag din, tsaka yung municipal government, nagdadagdag din. Pero ang students, although may mga ibang students na hindi sumusunod, hindi kailangang magregalo. Pero yon, minsan nangyayari pa rin. So, that's a different topic altogether. So, yan ngayon ang ginagawa. At yan. So, strengthening of primary healthcare through empowering healthcare workers. Siguro ito yung isang dapat niyang matutunan. Primary healthcare, for the purpose of this discussion, it's the Alma Ata Declaration. Yung pinakita ko kaninang 5 principles. Primary care, it's the primary level of medical care. Okay, so hindi yan interchangeable for the purpose of this talk. Although maraming LGUs, ang tawag sa barangay health center nila, nagpo-provide ng primary health care. So, hindi na natin yun pinapatulan. Okay? Tapos, hindi enough na i-strengthen mo yung workforce. Di ba? I'm sure naturo na sa inyo, parte siya ng bigger system. So, kailangan ayusin din yung governance, financing, medicines, health information system, at yung public health component. Okay? So, ang community health it's equally relevant as hospital-based programs. These interventions must address the social determinants, and participatory, empowering, and appropriate strategies must be used. Okay, so hopefully by now, kaya nyo nang gawin to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? So if you have any comments or clarifications, fire away. Sorry, sumobra ng 2.5 minutes. Pero yan. Okay. Salamat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cordero, for your discussion on working in community health. So I hope we're all now inspired to think of ways, big or small, to contribute to community-oriented COVID response programs. Our speaker shared discussion points and ways which we can utilize towards this purpose. We should also try to think about how we can promote correct practices and influence positive behavior without penalizing violators. As future healthcare professionals, we have been taught time and time again that teaching alone is not enough, but rather empowerment through practice and capacitating the people will result in better engagement. To this end, we challenge our audience, the future of Philippine healthcare, to think about how we can pique the interest and attract people who quote-unquote do not care to our cause, and how we can respond to the needs of the Filipino people. Okay. So now, if you have questions for Dr. Cordero, you may send your questions through slido.com with the code 27986, or you may scan the QR code shown on your screen. Also, a reminder that you can already send them while the lectures are ongoing. Okay, so Dr. Cordero, we already have a question for you. The first question is, paano niyo po mahihikayat ang mga medical students na mas maging involved sa community health and public health?
Okay, maraming levels yung sagot dyan. Yung una, kailangan sana yung community rotations nila parte ng isang bigger program. Kasi dun ka lang makaka-recruit ng magkaka-interest sa community medicine or sa public health. Yung makikita nila talaga na hindi lang siya pakulo ng isang project for 1 month and then okay na yon. Kasi kapag yung programa mo, let's say, ang isang school, meron silang 4-year partnership program with Laguna or with Antipolo, and then yung estudyante magro-rotate, magko-contribute siya doon, yun ang biggest recruiter mo. Na makikita niya na, okay, ganito pala ang public health. Supposed to be a 4-year program and then participatory. So yun, isa yun. Pangalawa, may mga faculty members na ang magiging sagot sa excellent question na yan ay you really don't have to hard sell because it's all about the recruitment of the medical student. So, ibig sabihin, parang sa admissions process mo, kailangan meron kang way na mape-predict sino kaya ang may interest sa community health. Kaya pagdating mo sa med school, okay na kagad. Parang hindi ka na mag-hard sell. Yon. Okay.
Thank you, Doc. So we have another question from the chat from one of our organizers. So I'd like to ask them, what are the innovations or changes in how community rotations are being done now, given that there is a lockdown? And what is your opinion on these changes in teaching students regarding community health?
Okay. Excellent question. At dun sa nagtanong na isang community nutrition na nakasama namin, ang community nutrition, may advertisement ako para sa community nutrition. Ang mga community nutrition, ang isa nilang magandang ginagawa sa community rotation, 7 weeks sila. So sila yung isa sa mga pwedeng magpakulo. Kasi pagkatapos ng 7 weeks na yon, may natitira. At itago natin siya sa tawag na medical intern. So si medical intern ang sasalo ng lahat ng yon together with the community. At ang isang magandang ginagawa ng community nutrition, helping the barangay put up barangay nutrition councils. So, kaya kung gusto mo, kung ano nangyari, 6 months after your rotation, tatawagan mo yung intern na nagro-rotate dun sa barangay. And for some reason, ang tawagan nila, kuya. Isa yan sa generation gap natin. Noon kami, walang kuya-kuya. Pero ngayon, tatawag yung community nutrition. Kuya Noel, tunay na pangalan ng intern. Kuya Noel, ako yung nag-rotate dyan 6 months ago. Kumusta na po yung nangyayari sa nutrition program ng barangay? Yon. Yung isasagot ni Noel, dun mo mag-gauge kung, okay, natuloy. Or, hindi na pala natuloy. Okay, so yon. So, mabuhay ang mga community nutrition. Ang sagot sa tanong mo, ay kahit gaano mo siya pagandahin, kunyari kahit ano pa ang innovation, basta hindi face-to-face, ang labo. Ang labo talaga. At ika nga ng isang kasabihan, the intelligent human will try to figure out how to make community health work via remote engagement. The wise human will tell you, don't bother. Well, isa ako sa mga naniniwalang walang silbi ang online community medicine rotation. Kasi natatawa yung community. Natatawa yung community. Ang kausap niya laptop. 'Di ba? Ang kausap niya laptop. So, may isang magandang ginawa ang College of Public Health kasi nga hindi pwedeng mag-remote engagement. Ang ginawa nila, hindi nila pinilit. Ang magandang ginawa ng College of Public Health, nagbigay na lang sila ng mga public health paper cases or meron silang kailangan ma-achieve na objective, which I think is the next best thing to a face-to-face engagement. Unless ang kolehiyo mo ay ganun din ang gustong gawin, pero ang Philippine board nyo ay pinipilit kayo maki-engage. So kung ganon, ang sagot sa tanong ay blended. So kunyari, kayo ang mga estudyante na makiki-online. May kasama kayong nagfi-face-to-face, also known as the faculty members and the community organizers. At ganyan ang magandang nangyari sa Cavite at sa College of Nursing noong June 2020. Ang College of Nursing kasi ni-require na kailangan kayong magkaroon ng engagement. Eh di napilitan silang maki-engage. Pero ang galing ng ginawa nila. Pasok pa rin sila sa ongoing program nung munisipyo tungkol sa COVID. Tapos kapag may pa-meeting, nandun ng community organizer, face-to-face with the community members, and then sa tabi niya, may laptop. And then sa laptop, nandun ang 30 plus faces ng mga nursing students. Na ang epekto ay very good. Kasi natutuwa yung community na interesado pa rin silang makipagtulungan kahit bawal. Diba? So, yung mere presence ng gallery view, at ang instructions namin, gallery view lagi, para kita yung maraming interested makipagtulungan. So, yon. Yon ang mga techniques na nagawa na. At yan ay tunay na ginawa ng College of Nursing with Cavite noong June. Ano siya? Hindi siya talaga pwedeng purely online. Blended. May mga members ng team na kailangan nandun sa barangay. At since bawal kayong magpunta sa community, yung mga taong yon na nasa barangay talaga, kami. Like kahapon, nandun ako. So faculty at community organizers ang nandun. At doon sa nagtanong, yun ang isang approach doon. Salamat.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Actually, I am personally very proud of College of Nursing because I am an alumni from UP Manila College of Nursing. So, yeah. So, for the last question for you, Dr. Cordero, how can community health be a long-term solution for COVID-19?
Okay. Nasa ano yan? Nasa governance ng mga local chief executives. Magtatagumpay lang siya pag ang mga governors natin at mga mayors ay talagang isinabuhay siya. So yun ang kailangan natin pagtulungan. Kasi ngayon, ang sikat na sikat, hospital-based intervention. Ang tawag naman kasi sa hospital-based intervention, relevant. Kailangan din yon. Ang kailangan natin i-advocate sa mga governors at mayors, di kunyari, ganyan ang level ng importansya ng hospital. May maintain mo yan. Pero yung community na mababa, gusto mo mag-level up. Para ang mga governors at mayors, sana inasikaso ang kanilang hospital programs at ang kanilang community-based programs. Pero para siya talaga maging malaking tulong sa COVID, kailangan siyang ma-mainstream ng mga local government units.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Actually, ito na po talaga, last question. Do you think it's risky to have community rotations knowing that some students want to help, but they lack in equipment to keep them safe from others and from the disease itself? So, yung nagtanong po, she said that she knows a friend who is a frontliner, but only wears a cloth mask and face shield, and pinapayagan daw po siya. Wouldn't that be a violation on the protocol?
Oo, ano yun? Violation yon. So wag dapat gawin yon. Tapos yung sagot sa atin ay kung safe ba siya o hindi, may official response doon. Ayon sa ating Association of Philippine Medical Colleges, hindi safe ang any form of community rotation right now. Kaya very, very clear ang instruction sa lahat ng medical schools ng APMC, no public health work outside of the hospital. At kasi kailangan niyo tandaan, ang executive, ang immediate past president ng APMC, si Dr. Manolet Dairit. Ang field of specialization ni Dr. Dairit ay community medicine. Okay? So community medicine siya. At ang executive director ng APMC ay si Dr. Ramon Arcadio. Si Dr. Ramon Arcadio, para sa mga nag-rotate sa inyo sa Cavite, sa UP Community Health and Development Program, si Dr. Arcadio ang founder nun. Siyang nagtatag nun. Walang iba, siya lang. Okay? So pag sinabing Arcadio et al., mali yun. Walang et al. Arcadio lang. So isipin nyo, yung dalawang taong yun, community medicine ng field, Dr. Dairit, at founder ng Community Health and Development Program. So pag silang dalawa ang nagsabing hindi safe, maniwala tayo. Kasi ang default nung dalawa, gusto nilang meron. Gustong-gusto nilang meron. So yun ang ano nila, pag upo nila para suriin ang sitwasyon, ang ano nila, ang assumption nila, dapat meron. And then saka sila nag-aral, ang conclusion nila, taliwas sa gustong-gusto nila. Kaya pag ang nagsabi sa inyo, APMC, also known as Arcadio Dairit, hindi talaga siya safe. So mabuhay silang dalawa. Kasi pag ang kunyari ang head ng APMC, alam mong galit sa public health, di ba? So wala masyadong value yung pag-refuse niya. Pero pag ang nagsabi sa atin na hindi muna magro-rotate ay si Dr. Dairit at si Dr. Arcadio, then ang sagot sa tanong na sa tingin ba natin ay safe, definitely sa ngayon, hindi.
So thank you once again, Dr. Cordero. I think a lot of us learned a lot from your insights. So to show our gratitude to you for accepting our invitation to this event, the organizers would like to present this certificate of appreciation. We hereby recognize Anthony G.H. Cordero for sharing his time and expertise as a speaker in St. Luke's Medicine Student Council's event entitled SULONG, an online mental health webinar for students on COVID-19, given this 19th day of September 2021. Thank you again, Dr. Cordero. All right, so we already had two speakers who gave us informative and very relevant lectures that answered our questions, who am I and where do I belong? Hopefully, we'll find a place where we truly belong, where we can fully maximize our potentials and find out our true selves. So with that, we will have a short break before we go on with the last two speakers. We will resume at 3:45 p.m. Thank you so much.
Blue as the sky, sunburnt and lonely, sipping tea in the bar by the roadside. Don't you let those other boys fool you. Gotta love that afro hairdo. Maybe sometime we feel the fade, but it's alright. Yeah, more stay the same. More that they seem to change. Don't you think it's strange? Girl, put your records on. Tell me your favorite song. You go ahead, let your head down. Sapphire and faded jeans. I help you get your dreams. Just go ahead, let your head down. You're gonna find yourself somewhere, somehow. Just more than I could take. Pity for pity's sake. Some nights kept me awake. I thought that I was stronger. When you're gonna realize that you don't even have to try any longer. Do what you want to, girl. Put your records on. Tell me your favorite song.
Okay. We will resume the program in a few moments. We would like to again remind everyone of the house rules. Please mute your microphones while the webinar is ongoing so that we can reduce background noise. Please refrain from messaging the chat. Questions for the speakers may be sent through slido.com with the code 27986, or you may scan the QR code shown on your screen. You may send them while the lecture is ongoing, and your questions will be raised at the end of each lecture. Thank you.
I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I hope you all are energized again because we still have two speakers who will answer two questions that we have for today. Before we introduce our third speaker, let's look at the survey questions again. 1. Which of the following have you felt since the start of quarantine? So majority of our participants actually feel that they have less ability to focus and that they have experienced changes in their sleeping patterns. In the next question, we ask if you also notice your friends experiencing any of those symptoms. And we can see that majority answered that many or few of their friends have been experiencing them too. And the last question is, what three emotions have you felt the most often since the start of quarantine? I'm sure each one of us has a lot going on in their lives right now. As you can see, a lot answered sad, anger, or bored. So, be it with our academics, personal life, or our country's socio-political climate and healthcare system and whatnot, it can get pretty overwhelming. We can easily get consumed with negative thoughts and feelings, and it can be very difficult to cope with. Well, it's a good thing that our next speaker will help us learn what we can do with these feelings and how to adapt to our current situation. Ana Cristina Tuazon is a licensed psychologist and a certified specialist in clinical psychology in the Philippines. Dr. Tuazon obtained her master's and doctoral degrees in clinical psychology from the Wright Institute in Berkeley, California. She is an associate professor and graduate faculty of the clinical psychology program in UP Diliman and is also a clinical supervisor at the UP Diliman Psychosocial Services. She is also a research faculty with the Health Emergencies and Disasters Study Group under the UP Manila National Institutes of Health, where she conducts studies on mental health and psychosocial support. She also holds private practice, providing ACT and DBT informed psychotherapy. She will be answering the question, what can I do? And her topic will be on valuing well-being in a pandemic, caring for each other and ourselves. Let's give her a warm welcome.
All right. So, hello everyone, and I hope you can hear me well. Thank you for that introduction. So, I was tasked to really talk about well-being, no? So, as a clinical psychologist, so I will switch to my slides, and just as to sort of anticipate any technical issues, I won't be seeing anyone as I'm on my slides, okay? So hopefully you can hear me or see me. So let me share screen. Okay. All right. So, all right. So here we are, valuing well-being in a pandemic, caring for each other and ourselves. So when we were discussing with the organizers on how to do this talk, I felt I felt somewhat strongly, no, that we really shouldn't be just talking about psychiatric issues or psychiatric conditions. Um, and yes, of course, those are relevant as well. And I think sometimes ang nakakalimutan natin, 'di ba, is the well-being aspect, no? So it's not just remember, you should all know this as med students, is that you're not, health is not just absence of illness, right? So health is a full spectrum, including optimization, enhancement, right, growth and development. And so I hopefully we can consider that perspective when we think about well-being during these times. So really, my first question always when I do these talks is, are you okay? Right? And when I do these talks in real life, without Zoom, normally I really do would like a response. And so I'm just hoping that you are able to think about this if you are okay. And what does it mean to be okay, right? Because I think that's the first thing we need to clarify. So being okay doesn't mean not having any problems or being happy all the time, diba? Those are unrealistic expectations. So what really is, yeah, how do you know that you're okay? So I will give you my criteria of what that is. So just as an overview first of the session is we'll go into well-being factors. So what does it mean to be okay? I have way more slides than I have time for this talk, and so I'll probably skip some of them, but there are just some common stress reactions that I think it's based on the survey you all know very well. There are some risk factors and some mental health issues that require professional help, and then I want us to really go into resilience factors and how to manage your mental health. So, science of well-being. So there are many. So I put so many things here. And in fact, I really just have 5 in general. So one is, are you eating well enough? Right? So I'm not talking about intermittent fasting or a very disciplined diet, but are you having enough nutrition? Diba? It's I call this rule the Goldilocks rule, right? Not too much, not too few. So it's if it's balanced, are you eating well? 2, are you sleeping well? And just based on the survey that was presented earlier, clearly, right, most of us are not sleeping well. Very few people have better sleep because of what's going on. Are you engaging? So, third, are you engaging in physical activities? And definitely, under the circumstances, we need to be a lot more proactive and intentional and creative as well in order to make sure that we meet our physical activity levels. So that's really challenging. Are you engaged in leisure activities? So if your leisure activities before consisted of going outside, right? Area dependent activities, you will require some creativity as well, like in order to like discover leisure activities, whether virtual or something that you can do within your own home. And then fifth is if you are engaging in social activities. And again, no, I think that survey that the organizers did is so important because it says to me that, man, right, everyone's feeling socially isolated. All the more we need our social activities. And again, spontaneous social connection will be very difficult to come by. So what we're in now, we're in a pandemic. Most of us are staying home. We're definitely limiting our movement. A lot of these well-being activities now, we have to be proactive. We have to schedule it. We have to plan and organize. Prior to the pandemic, maybe there are organic, spontaneous opportunities for these things. So even if you're not mindful of these well-being activities, maybe you're doing it already. But in this pandemic, we have to be more mindful. And so that's the challenge, because for some, they've never had to build their skills in well-being, right? So the other aspects of well-being, okay? Do you like who you are, for better or for worse? Right? So this is self-worth, self-esteem. You don't have to like everything about you, that's for sure. Um, but for the most part, in general, you like who you are, you like where you're headed, even if you're not there yet, right? In terms of your goals. Do you treat others well? So this is interpersonal effectiveness, right? Are you, because we also know it's a sign of that something's wrong when someone's grouchy or irritable, right? Or short tempered with someone. When you don't treat others well, chances are your well being is not very good. Do you have meaningful relationships with others? Are you capable, no? So meaning, are you capable of maintaining your friendships? And that could be with family as well. That could be with coworkers, peers, classmates, professors. Um, and these are the ones that for me as a psychologist, I think these are very, very important signs. And I think these should be valued as well. I'm and definitely, for example, in education and curriculum, I feel like this should be explicitly taught. Unfortunately, our school systems, not just here, but I think for most parts of the world, do not really explicitly teach these skills, because these are skills. What's on the slide, these are mostly skills, and nobody's teaching us how to do it. And I think that's one of the things that contribute to the stigma of mental health, is that people just expect us to know what to do. They expect us to know how to handle these challenges without ever having been taught. These things are not, not necessarily like instinctive. So imagine if you were forced to read books when you don't know how to read, right? That's where that core misunderstanding comes from. And so people think, oh, why are you feeling this way? You should just be happy, or you should just smile. Wait, we don't have the skills to know how to do that. So these are the skills that I think personally, these are so important. I see patients from toddler to post retirement, and these skills are needed no matter your field, no matter your age. So first is you adapt well to change, so you can be flexible when needed. You can tolerate ambiguity and uncertainty. You thrive in the face of challenges, and you have a high tolerance for frustration and distress. You can express a wide range of emotions, including anger and sadness. You feel in control of your behavior. You're capable of identifying goals in life, and you're able and willing to ask for help. Now, these are the signs of well being that I put together even prior to the pandemic situation. Okay, this is something I give through any intro mental health talk. And so think about this now in the context of where we are, right? This pandemic definitely exposes us to a lot of uncertainty. There are so many things about this that we don't know, right? Even the best of doctors don't quite know how this will be resolved. We have hopes, we have guesses, we have research that's trying to study this, and we don't know for sure. So there's a lot of uncertainty. There's definitely a lot of unpredictability and a lot of changes. So actually adjusting in this pandemic, I can't expect anyone to have adjusted well right now, to be honest, because we face changes, whether in policy, in rules, right? We face these changes every 2 weeks. So actually changing rules and policies every 2 weeks makes it impossible for the regular person to really adjust successfully. Yeah. So sana kung consistent ang rules. That said, we can't also blame them, right? Because of all the uncertain knowledge and information, as new information come in, then changes will have to be made. So it's one of those, this is a stew of all risk factors that would make even the healthiest person vulnerable, right, to mental health issues? Do you have a high tolerance for frustration and distress? Now, the next one is you can express a wide range of emotions, including anger and sadness. So it's very, very important that you can express these things in a safe environment. So that could be with your social support network that you feel safe in, where there will be no judgment, no stigma, no shame, no discrimination. It could also be where, for example, in the privacy and safety of counseling, no, of course, provided this is competent and ethical counseling. So if that's why there are a lot of agencies, not just us. So UPD PsychServe has been offering free psychotherapy, virtual psychotherapy. A lot of mental health clinics are offering the same thing. I think NCMH has a hotline, because we do need a space, a safe space to express all our emotions. And if you are, despite all of these changes and all of these unexpected variables, if you're still capable of identifying goals in life, and you're able and willing to ask for help. So, assess yourself, according to these dimension and this criteria, and then you can honestly answer, how okay you really are. And if in some of these dimensions you're like, oh no, di ba? Parang hindi yata ako okay across the board. I don't want you to fall into hopelessness or helplessness, because this slide, for example, all these items, you can learn all these things. These are skills that can be taught. The eating well, sleeping well, you can start prioritizing these things, right? So hopefully, by understanding where in your well-being you're kind of struggling with, it gives you an area of focus for change. All right. So, I already put some context of the pandemic, and let's put some more context, right? When this started 6 months ago, nobody could have anticipated that we'd still be here, that we'd still be in our homes, that we are not returning, to our offices. And there is, beyond that, there's this, I really, really like this New Yorker editorial cartoon, because see, setting reasonable goals during a crisis, right? We are in a crisis. This is not the time to expect increased productivity. This is not the time to really insist now, okay, you're not dealing with traffic anymore, you work from home, you should have more time for family, you should have more time for work. That is not true at all. We are not at home because we designed it. We are at home because we're in a crisis, right? We're in quarantine. So we should have realistic, reasonable goals for ourselves. And so what we are dealing with, severe movement restrictions, don't need to elaborate that. All of us have had to do work and school adjustments, right? We're adjusting to the online mode of learning right now. Family adjustments, right? From taking care of children, taking care of senior citizens. If you are a senior citizen, a lot of your freedoms have been curtailed at this point, right? Sometimes being with family all the time can bring a lot of stressors. It's not a good thing to be with family all the time. On the other spectrum, right, Goldilocks rule, too much or too few. People have been cut off from their family members, and they've been stuck in dwellings, not separate from their family. So that's also stressful. Then we have continuing very real fears for our health, no, and not just for us, for our loved ones, right? And an insecurity as well in terms of our safety. And as this is going further and further on, most of us will be going through grief and bereavement, right? A lot of us, especially if you're working in the health sector, would know someone who's passed away. That is one of the hazards of being in the health field. So we're grieving about that. So imagine that increased responsibility, right? We can't just take days off from our work anymore, because as health workers, we have to do what we need to do, and we're taking care of our families. We're probably trying to take care of families beyond our own household, and there are just limited access to basic goods at this point. So I will go through this section quite fast. And if you really need to, I will send a copy of the slides to the organizers if you really want a copy. Now, these are not mine in the sense that I didn't, think of these. These are standard physical reactions when you look into psychological first aid and mental health and psychosocial support services manuals. So if you go to the Red Cross manuals, if you go to WHO guidelines, you will see these things. So this will not be your only source of, so if you're interested in these things, you could look those up. So there are physical reactions to traumatic stress. Some of us might be having, I'm hearing a lot more GI problems. So diarrhea, cramps, stomach upsets, nausea, a lot more migraines and headaches. Yeah. And the thing is, because we're so vigilant about, getting the virus, right? Like we kind of freak out whenever we have these symptoms. And sometimes these symptoms are also due to stress. So this is something I tell, clients who are overly worried, who cannot relax thinking about exposure to the virus. The less stressed you are, the less confounding variables you will have. So if you really want to know for sure if you have, if you contract COVID, the best way is to lower your stress so that stress does not confuse your somatic symptoms. Okay. There are emotional reactions as well. I saw in the survey of the organizers some irritability, grouchiness, fear, sadness. These are all normal reactions to extraordinary situations like this one. I know a lot of students have trouble now reading, have trouble taking in information, difficulty with concentration and memory, difficulty following complicated instructions. And again, this is a very normal reaction, right, to extraordinary events. And so as an educator, I am very, very mindful that my students are running at very limited cognitive capacity. So I cannot require of them the same thing I would require from a year ago. So I hope educators are very well aware of this. Of course, there are behavioral reactions. We can see increased use of substances, increased conflicts, verbal conflicts, arguments, some isolation. Sometimes it's the opposites, right? Goldilocks again, too much or too few. Either you're getting really clingy, getting needy, for your friends and your family, or you're showing them away and you're shutting down. To a certain degree, again, we anticipate this. Sometimes there's also a spiritual reaction to traumatic stress. Why is this happening? Mostly a loss of meaning and trying to make sense of why the world is the way it is at the moment. Now, there are some risk factors. I'm not quite sure what the demographic of the participants are, but if they are med school, maybe you're not here. Though the fact that you're in med school, right, probably you're extra vulnerable because you're about to enter a field that's in the forefront of what's going on, right? I'm sure you're feeling the great sense of responsibility and pressure. Now, that said, in terms of disasters, people at the lower socioeconomic status, for obvious reasons, right, are extra vulnerable because they don't have as many resources to cope with this. I mean, internet access alone, right? You can see now how people really suffer greatly when they don't have this resource. Ages 40s to 50s, I don't think we have a lot of that in this group, but they are at a risk because they're at the age where they have to take care of their kids and they have to take care of their aging parents as well. So they're the sandwich generation. So please have some empathy and compassion for your parents, okay? If you lack, if you lack social support, that's also a risk factor. If you're a member of a minority group, That's also a risk factor. So these risk factors are not due to any biological vulnerability. These are risk factors because these are the groups that have less resources or that have more stress load than other groups. All right. Severity of exposure. So clearly, if you have more people in your family, that are suffering from COVID, that puts you more vulnerable. Um, Women and children definitely tend to be more vulnerable. Why? Because women tend to have more caretaking responsibilities. And in a pandemic, right, you have to be the one to care for family members. Pre-pandemic functioning. This is something that people tend to forget. When it comes to disaster mental health, people think all we need to worry about is trauma or post-traumatic stress disorder or stress emanating directly from the pandemic or directly from the disaster. And the thing we have to be mindful about is that a lot of people have been dealing with serious problems before this pandemic started. And so when this pandemic happened, that doesn't go away. We're still dealing with depression. We're still dealing with suicidality and anxiety. We're still dealing with family conflicts, with joblessness, with employment issues, right? So nadadagdagan lang at napapatungan. And so secondary stressors like financial definitely puts you at risk, if you don't feel financially stable. Bereavement, we've mentioned it. Displacement, I've mentioned that as well. Okay. So when it comes to the more severe in terms of what will require professional help, because for those other reactions, sometimes just getting back to normal, getting your natural sources of support like family and friends, your faith communities, your co-workers, that could be enough. But sometimes that's not enough and you do need professional help. So there are these more serious mental health issues like PTSD, grief, protracted grief that is inconsolable, clinical anxiety that impairs your work functioning, your interpersonal relationships, and increased substance use. And there are all these risk factors. Um, I'm not sure if I want to get into that because I'm mindful of the time, but definitely, right? These should be quite obvious, and if not, again, I'll show the slides. Obviously, if there's suicidality on the table, if they're thinking, by the way, hopelessness and helplessness are the biggest indicators that suicidality is coming, right? So if they're thinking, what's the point of all this? Things will never get better, and there's no hope. So these are warning signs, and I would strongly suggest that you start, encouraging your loved ones to seek professional help. So any distortions of reality, so like hallucinations, delusions, distorted beliefs, disorganized thinking, that's something that requires psychiatric attention actually. Okay. Emotion dysregulation that cannot be controlled anymore, right? Hindi nakakaya with just simple coping. Okay, that's the thing that we need to think of. If they are no longer taking care of themselves, basic grooming habits, no. Now I understand that the standard of grooming has drastically dropped for everyone because of the work from home situation. I mean, who here is wearing pants right now? So that's not what I'm talking about here, right? Meaning above and beyond the typical, all right, I don't wear pants anymore, or maybe I don't take a shower every day because I'm always at home. But above and beyond how people have adjusted their grooming, like you can smell yourself, but you don't care anymore. And that's really why this is a risk factor, why this is a red flag, is that you stop caring. That's really the bottom line of that. You're not eating anymore. You don't care if you're healthy. You don't care anymore if you contract the virus. You just stopped all safety precautions. That's a big red flag. Okay. If you haven't slept for days, obviously that is a very big emergency. Um, okay, so resilience factors. Let's go to that. Okay, so what can I do? I think that was the question task, assigned to my talk. What can we do? So one is, all the more we need to shore up our social support. So I think keeping your organizations active is really one big way, right, to maintain and retain these social connections. Um, One is, I would encourage you to don't be afraid to be selective, because you need high quality social support that's safe, that's free of judgment. I say this because sometimes we think social media is social support, but the thing is, we have no control over what comments come our way. And I think you all know this, the internet is not a judgment free zone. So if you cannot handle that, I would totally suggest a social media detox, right? Just go on a detox, stick to friends who actually know you and who would actually care about your feelings. Okay, so it's quality over quantity when it comes to social support. Now, coping self-efficacy, research has shown, is very, very important. What does this mean? Let's break it down into simple terms. Coping self-efficacy is when, like, even though we don't quite know what to do yet, right, but we know that we can we can problem solve once we have the information. So if we don't have information, we know how to get it, or if the information is not available, we can wait. We can handle waiting or trying to find other ways to get this information, and that we know eventually that we can do it, right? That we can. So that's coping self-efficacy. Third is, if you can instill hope for yourself and for each other, this is so important. Okay. Because again, hopelessness is such a big red flag for a host of problems. And so what we do know is that at some point this is going to end. That one I'm sure about. At some point, something will taper down, something will normalize, a solution is bound to happen. And the only thing that will stop that from happening, a solution from happening, is if we give up. Giving up is the only sure way to hopelessness, right? So hopefully we can hold hope for each other through these times. Regaining a sense of control. So a lot of people, if you notice early on in the pandemic, they've played, a lot of people have started to do volunteer work, have put up NGOs, have donated so much. The role of private citizens in this fight against the pandemic in this country has been so impressive, and again, a good source of hope, right? And so playing an active role in the restabilizing efforts can help. Now, you don't have to do that. You don't have to be philanthropic, right, to regain a sense of control. It could be as simple as, okay, what do I have control over? Put a checklist. Do I have control over my time? Do I have control over my household? If I don't have control over my household, do I at least have control over my room? Siguro naman, my room I have control over, right? Or I have control over how much to study, so forth and so on. And so identify what you can control and focus your energy on that. Now, if you have more resources and you can actually exert bigger control, let's say you have control, yeah, you can exert some influence on policy, you can exert some control and influence on, helping other people, then by all means do that. Okay. Once we regain a sense of control, then we will lessen the hopelessness. Okay. The last resilience factor is return to normalcy. So, reestablishing daily routines. It's really important that you have a meaningful set of routines. Okay. I say this because I know of some people have done a routine, but it was not their choice to have their routine. They feel they should have it, but they didn't put enough self care. The tasks the routine that they have didn't feel meaningful to them. Meaningful meaning, um, for example, it's just a matter of in the morning, I want to do yoga, or I want to have 5 minutes of quiet time. Let's say you're so busy, that's all you can do. That's still a meaningful 5 minutes of quiet time. Or I will look out the window and just sort of sit with nature for a little bit. Now, if you really have no access to nature, I will look up videos of nature, right? Like you can set healing, meaningful daily routines for yourself so you can gain a sense of normal even with ever changing rules. Okay. So, I'd like to sort of, we're sort of at the tail end, and I know my 30 minutes, I think, is up. I'm not sure. But there is this concept that I think is so important when we are in a situation that is beyond our control, and a situation that is beyond our individual effort to solve, right? A pandemic is something that can only be addressed as a collective. So when we are faced with something that we cannot solve in the moment, okay, it doesn't mean it cannot be solved forever, just in this moment. This is where we are. Radical acceptance, I think, is the most important. It can be the most life changing concept you can ever internalize for yourself. And radical acceptance is the willingness to experience ourselves and our lives as it is. Okay. Radical acceptance, by the way, is not approval, because some people really push back. I mean, that's why it's called radical, right? People really push back on this concept because they think, well, if I accept this pandemic, then that's it now. I've given up. So, no, acceptance does not mean giving up. Acceptance is not passivity, and definitely acceptance is not approval. Okay. And we accept reality as it is, as its whole, both good and the bad, right? So actually, I do not espouse positive thinking, because positive thinking is just selectively choosing certain aspects of reality, right? And not wanting to face the full reality as it is. So, what I am espousing is something radical, right? Radical of acceptance of the full reality as it is. And why should we do that? Because that's painful, right? That could be painful. Because the sooner we accept reality as it is, and that includes what? Limitations, accepting that there are resources we don't have, accepting that there is a limit, right, to our mental health and that we shouldn't push it. The sooner we accept reality as it is, the more effectively we can plan for our future. So we need to accept first before we can change. So once we fully realize and accept, okay, this is what we're dealing with, this is what we're working with, then we can generate more effective solutions. When solutions that are generated are never effective and it just gets worse and worse, it's a sign that somewhere in the somewhere along there, somewhere in the planning stages, there are some things we have not accepted, right? And so by seeing reality as it is, choices can become clearer. Okay, then it's easy to make a choice. So why do I say that? Because a lot of times we postpone, we delay, we put off solutions because we're stuck in the, but it shouldn't be this way. Or if only things didn't happen this way. Or if only there weren't a pandemic, then I would have been able to do all these things. Now, those statements may be true, and that does not lead us to solutions, right? That keeps us stuck, and that prevents us from seeing solutions that are available to us. And why do we do all this bother? Because reality acceptance is hard work, right? Why would we do that? Because given the reality of our situation, how can we still craft a life worth living? So that's the ultimate goal. And that's why I didn't want to just focus on how do we remove anxiety? How do we solve depression? Ultimately, beyond psychiatric conditions, right? Well-being is where you can fully pursue a life worth living. So even with this pandemic, even if we're staying home most of the time and we're dealing with work and social networks through the computer, how can we still craft a life worth living given these parameters? Because all life has parameters. It's just that right now, my goodness, right? We have very, very big limitations and parameters. And in this moment, how can we still make the most of our lives? And for me, like that's how I would like to help people sort of find meaning. And if you can find meaning even in the small things, or even finding meaning in the struggle. Let's say you're advocating for change and you have the radical acceptance that change is going to be hard, that a lot of other people, it will require a lot of change from other people before you get the change that you want. um, Even, as you've accepted that and you decide that this is still the meaningful path for me and I will still fight this fight, then that's a life worth living, right? And we can still pursue things that matter to us no matter the situation. That is the message I want to impart with you. This is not to trivialize or to patronize. I'm not saying by any means that it is easy to pursue things that matter to us. Definitely not, right? It's for all of us across the board, it's harder. And we can still do it. We can still pursue some things that really matter to us. Okay? And so at this point, given the time, I'd like to end it there. There are just these, I didn't even create this graphic, as you can see, credit to the credit to the creator. Self-care is so important. And again, self-care means like doing what is meaningful to you. So it could be meaningful in terms of bigger, advocacies. It could be meaningful in terms of interpersonal, I care about spending time with family matters to me, or caring for my dog matters to me. It could be where having some downtime and sipping my tea, that's meaningful to me, or watching K drama and immersing myself in a whole different world, right? And having that space to sort of go through all these different emotions I wouldn't have access to otherwise. That's meaningful to me. Then by golly, right? That's self-care. And so I hope there's no judgment or shame to whatever form of self-care we have. Yeah, I think I will end it there. UPD PsychServe, just so you know, if you go to our Facebook page, we do have a series of infographics and just mental health awareness. These are just some of the examples. I think I've mentioned most of these recommendations in my talk, right? So we have tried to do a series, many series of different mental health awareness. Just as a little plugging, we even have the mental health wellness bingo, etc. All right. So as of now, I think our psychosocial services for the general public is closed. We're looking for more volunteers. In the meantime, though, you're still free to contact us and we will try to find you the most appropriate referral based on your need and based on your financial capacity. We will try to help you, connect you to the services that you need. All right. So thank you so much. And I will stop sharing, and I hope I'm still here. Yay! So
Thank you, Dr. Tuazon, for that wonderful talk. There are so much uncertainties and challenges during this pandemic, and we recognize that we do need a safe space to channel and express our feelings. Knowing which parts of our well-being we are struggling with will help us seek help. And as Dr. Tuazon said, it is especially important to maintain high-quality social support, instill hope within ourselves and within others, and play an active role to exert efforts on things we can control so that we can pursue a life worth living no matter the situation. Okay, so Dr. Clausen, we actually have a question for you since we're running a little bit out of time. We just selected one. So here's the question. Doc, what can you say about the stress response where people eat more of their comfort food, most of which are not very healthy, like soda, milk tea, ice cream, etc.? Is there a healthy level for this? And do we immediately try to redirect them to healthier coping methods? Thank you.
Okay. So one is the last thing I ever want to do is to deprive people of their comfort food, right? Now, all the more in a stress situation, we should have our comfort food. Now, the same thing as I said before, it's a Goldilocks rule, right? Are you doing it too much or too few? If you notice, so maybe you can set a limit for yourself because it differs, right? From person to person. So I don't want to give a black and white one milk tea a week or things like that. One good sign of health is that am I making use of many ways of coping, not just one. So if anytime you're stressed, you're always doing the same thing, and in this particular instance, you're always just eating as coping. And that's all you know how to do. You don't know how else to soothe you, right? You don't know how else to comfort you. That's a little bit of a red flag, right? That maybe this is no longer healthy. So arbitrary lang, I always ask my clients to give me at least 3 things that soothe them. And one of them can be food. And make sure you have at least 2 other things that help.
Thank you, Doc. Actually, we have one last question.
Sure.
Here it goes. Do you think that toxic positivity can lead to hopelessness, even more isolation of the person? How do we listen better to people who are in need of someone to listen to them?
Okay. I think there's actually a lot there, right? Let's tackle. So toxic positivity. I mean, it's a recent term itself, right? Toxic positivity, but it simply means this is what I'm saying, right? The kind of positivity where they don't make room for unpleasant but very real emotions, right? Or they don't make room for sadness or anger. And if you notice in my signs of well-being, that's one of them. If someone is happy all the time, honestly, I would be more worried, right? Because ano yun? When you're happy all the time, right? Is that mania? What's happening? So you need sleep. So you need the healthy person is the person that can experience a whole range, can experience and express sadness and anger. And so, yes, definitely feeling that you need to push down, repress anger and sadness, that doesn't go away. That will come out in the body, especially for Asians, right? Asians somatize their symptoms. So it'll come out as ulcer, it'll come out as migraines, it'll come out, by the way, in a crashed immune system. And this is the last thing you want in a pandemic, right? You don't want to make your immune system more vulnerable than it is. What was I think the latter half of that question was something different.
How do we listen better to people who are in need of someone to listen to them?
Okay, so one is, especially if you're not a professional listener, right? You're not a counselor, you're not a therapist. One is to remind yourself, and I'm saying this because a lot of caregivers, a lot of friends are burning out, right? We're not lacking in friends needing help. And so I don't want you burning out. So one is to remind yourself, okay, what is my role here? Am I a friend? Am I a parent? Am I a guardian? I'm a doctor here. I'm sure for the med students here, right? Like hindi pa kayo med doctors, right? I'm sure your family's already asking you for so many things. So you can't escape from that. So one, remind yourself, what is my role here? So if your role is as a friend, right? So if your role is as a friend, your role is to simply be there for your friend, right? You don't have to give advice. This is the first misconception because when I'm literally teaching psychotherapy for future therapists, and that's the first thing I tell them. Therapy is not about giving advice, actually. Right? So sometimes what truly, and especially as a friend, right? You don't have the expertise to know the solution for your friend, especially if it's a mental health problem. So all you can do is just listen and you can validate. Now, I can talk a whole hour on what validation means and how to do that well, but that simply means communicating to your friend that what they're feeling makes sense given the situation. So you don't have to approve of it, you don't have to agree, right, to validate. So even if you're like, I don't know if that's true. And you can say, given that this has happened to you and given everything that's happened, given how you had that thought, it makes sense you would feel that way. So I wish people would kind of say that more, right? Not like, no, everyone has the right to their feelings. Sometimes that can mean well, but it sounds so diba? It sounds so template, right? Like, okay, what does that mean? So you can just say, given that you've had this experience, you were disappointed in the past, it makes sense you would have trouble, with this situation now. Yeah. And so that's, I think, at the level of friendship, at the level of peers, co-students, that would be something that you can do for each other. And of course, if you realize, oh no, she's needing something that I cannot fulfill as a friend or as a med student, I hope right, as future health workers, to refer to the appropriate professional services. So that's the first thing. You have to know what's beyond, right? What's above my pay grade here? What's beyond what I'm capable of doing? So unless you're willing to house them, be on the phone 24/7, that's the time you might need a professional. Okay?
Thank you, Dr. Tuazon. I'll surely keep that in mind when my friend comes to me in the future. So, to show our gratitude to you for joining us today, we'd like to present this certificate of appreciation. We hereby recognize Ana Cristina Tuazon for sharing her time and expertise as a speaker in St. Luke's Medicine Student Council's event entitled SULONG, an online mental health webinar for students and COVID-19, given this 19th day of September 2021. Thank you again, Dr.
All
Tuazon.
right. Thank you so much, everyone. And good luck with the rest of your event.
So before we present our last speaker, let's have a look again at the last set of survey questions. Please bear with us. Okay, so first, are you familiar with the topic of health literacy? We can see that more than half of the participants are familiar with the topic, and I'm not surprised since a lot of us here are future physicians and healthcare professionals in the making. Second would be, in your opinion, from a range of 1 to 5, how significant is health literacy and communication in public health, especially now in the pandemic? Almost all participants answer that it is indeed very significant, and it is our hope and goal after this event that our participants would gain new learnings and reinforce their knowledge on the topic of health literacy and promotion. So now, it's time to debunk some common misconceptions. Vitamin C can help prevent COVID-19. Actually, this is false because vitamin C only improves our immune response but does not prevent us from contracting the virus. Next, COVID-19 cases are going up due to increased testing capacity. This is true. Next, all kinds of masks can effectively protect against COVID-19. This is false. And yes, not all masks are effective, so we should choose the mask that can protect us from the virus. Lastly, a negative COVID-19 test means you do not have the virus. Well, this is actually false because the test needs to be specified whether it is PCR or a rapid antibody test. Also, remember that no test is perfect, meaning that there is still a probability of producing a false negative result. Okay, so now we will finally move on to our last speaker. I hope you're all still with us. Our last speaker is a public health physician who advocates for accessible and genuine health promotion and education services through health system strengthening. He focuses on developing innovative health communication programs leading to better comprehension and subsequent improvement in health behavior. He envisions a country where each health worker invests in the health of the people and where each member of the community exhibits real ownership of health. He is the current executive assistant to the Secretary of Health and the division head of branding and creative marketing division of the Health Promotion Bureau of the Department of Health. He will be answering the question, how will I know? and talk about health promotion and COVID-19 information. Let us all welcome Dr. Dominic A. Madumba.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, St. Luke's Medical Center School of Medicine for inviting me here for this talk, no, regarding the COVID-19 communication efforts of the Department of Health. Not only on that, but also on understanding what the information, yung makalat na information, no, regarding COVID-19. So I would just like to ask, how many participants meron tayo ngayon? I think when I check, it's 100 plus, no? So
we have around 126 po.
Yeah,
And some are still watching on YouTube Live.
Okay, so hello to all my viewers here in Zoom at saka sa mga ibang platform. So I'm just gonna share my screen para let's get it rolling, no? Pero I would like to caution everyone, no, dito sa talk ko. This is basically a very payak, no? It's a very simple presentation. Although there are some points that we need to analyze, and there are some points that are more data-driven, no? So I'll be giving you an overview, a general overview of what these data are, pero it will not be a very in-depth explanation, no? Para lahat tayo chill lang because it's a Saturday afternoon and it's nearing dinner time, so medyo chill lang tayo na. So I'll just share my screen for a moment. Thank you. Hello, so can everyone see my screen?
Yes po.
Okay, so yes, let's start then. No? So basically, I'll be presenting communicating health, no, in a time of a pandemic. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Dr. Dominic Madumba. So I'm a division head of the Branding and Creative Marketing Division of the Health Promotion Bureau. So to begin with, let me just give you a story, no, of Karen, Marie, and Teng. So para magkaroon lang tayo ng contextualization on what I'm gonna talk about. So Karen, Marie, and Teng are friends, no? They are schoolmates. So they are studying in Manila, but unfortunately, naabutan sila ng lockdown. So due to the COVID-19 health situation, they were asked to do their classes online. So online na lahat ng learnings nila. And one of their assignment is actually to present the basics of COVID-19. So they were able to research materials, videos, and other mga reference tools, and they came up with the following points about COVID-19. First, they learned that the causative agent is SARS-CoV-2 virus. No? So COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a newly discovered strain of coronavirus. So this is a type that is known to cause respiratory conditions. We all know that this strain was initially found, if I may say, at Wuhan, China in December 2019. So it spread through the neighboring regions and subsequently it became a pandemic, no? And they also learned, Karen, Marie, and Teng learned that the transmission of COVID-19 is predominantly by droplet transmission from specifically an infected individual. Sorry. As of the date, they were certain of the following things. Number one, SARS-CoV-2 can be transmitted through direct contact with an infected individual. And secondly, it can be also transmitted through indirect contact through fomites. So these are from the surfaces of items of contaminated droplets. And number two, they were also certain that there was a zoonotic link. No? So analysis of the genetic makeup of this virus originated from animals with subsequent human transmission. And thirdly, the COVID-19 health situation is dynamic and there are a lot of things that are still to be learned by the medical community and the scientific community. With this in mind, there are things that they were also uncertain of. This includes the following. Una, can it be transmitted outside the hospital setting? Because we studies show that it could be airborne, no? But in the healthcare setting where there are aerosol producing na mga interventions like nebulization, CPR, intubation, and the likes. And they are also uncertain if it can be passed through oral fecal route. But they are also certain that this virus can spread through droplets with an infected individual speaks, coughs, sneezes, and can land on mouths or noses of people up to 1 meter or surfaces to up to 1 meter in and survives for at least 3 days. So ano ba yung signs and symptoms na to? Nung tinignan ni Karen, Marie at Saniteng, they saw that the symptoms can take up to 14 days from infection to show. So what are the most common symptoms that they researched? Una, fever, and not necessarily high fever, no? Kahit mga sinat lang. Next would be dry cough, tiredness or fatigue, shortness of breath or difficulty of breathing, and some patients may also experience aches and pains, nasal congestions, and sore throat. And there are also severe symptoms that they have talked about. So severe symptoms include difficulty breathing or breathlessness while speaking, constant pain or pressure in the chest, paleness, confusion, or changes in mental state. They also learned about the vulnerable population. So in the vulnerable population, nakita nila kung sino yung mga predisposed persons na to, no? So nakita nila the persons who might have more severe symptoms are the following: elderly patients, pregnant women, persons with pre-existing medical conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, asthma, and other immunocompromised states. And they also found out the diagnosis for SARS-CoV-2 is the reverse transcriptase polymerase chain reaction. No? So although there are rapid antibody-based tests and other antigen tests, the latter cannot be used to diagnose the disease. Rather, additional tools lang ang rapid antibody test at saka ang ating antigen test. Our gold standard or definitive diagnostic procedure natin to determine COVID-19 will be still the RT-PCR. So tinignan nila kung may cure ba or may vaccine na ito ang COVID-19. So nakita rin nila na currently there are no effective drugs to cure COVID-19 or any vaccines to prevent this disease as of the moment. So as of date, there are clinical trials undergoing itong mga developments na to, no? And they learned that Philippines joined the WHO Solidarity Trial on drugs and medicines, and results are yet to be analyzed and released. And that vaccine developments are also in different stages of clinical trials around the world. So nung nalaman nila na wala pa tayong cure, no, for COVID-19 at wala pang vaccines, nagtanong sila, paano kaya minamanage yung mga pasyenteng to? So for the management, due to the nature of the lack of definitive treatment, COVID-19 patients are managed based on their symptoms, no? So medical interventions are done to address the symptom of the patient. May lagnat si pasyente, bigyan ng paracetamol. Nahihirapan huminga, bigyan ng oxygen. Hindi na talaga makahinga, tutubuhan or we will intubate the patient. And lastly, they also thought na parang, paano ba ma-recover isang pasyente? So they did a research and they learned na based on the best available evidence, recovery for COVID-19 is determined through a symptom-based and time-based approach. So later, i-explain nila yan. So basically, they had their presentation na. So this was their presentation.
Para labanan ang banta ng COVID-19 sa ating bansa, mahalaga ang kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Ang pananatili sa loob ng bahay ay isa sa pinakasimple pero pinaka-epektibong paraan para hindi kumalat ang virus. Kunwari, ikaw ang tuldok na ito. Malusog ka at malakas. Lumabas ka ng bahay. Ang hindi mo alam, may nakasalamuha ka ng may COVID-19. Tandaan, mahirap malaman kung sino ang may virus, pero madali itong maipasa sa iba. Pwedeng naipasa na pala niya ang virus sa iyo nung umubo siya, o bumahing. O baka naman ay nahawa na dahil humawa kayo sa parehong bagay na kontaminado. Ngayon ay mayroon ka na ring COVID-19. Isa ka ng carrier na makakahawa sa iba. Dahil maaaring ilang araw pa bago lumitaw ang sintomas na ubo, sipon, hirap sa paghinga at lagnat. Pwede ring wala kang nararamdamang sintomas, ngunit nakakahawa ka pa rin. Pag-uwi mo sa bahay, maaari mong mahawahan ang iyong pamilya. Kasama na rito ang lolo at lola mo o ang mga magulang mo na may edad. Sila ang may pinakamahina na depensa laban sa virus. Ang mga may sakit sa puso, diabetes, high blood, at iba pang pre-existing conditions, at mga buntis, mahina ang panlaban sa COVID-19. Kapag na-infect ang taong mahina ang immune system, posibleng magkaroon siya ng malalang karamdaman at kailanganing dalhin sa ospital. Sa patuloy na paglabas ng bahay at pagpunta sa pampublikong lugar, tinatayang maaari kang makahawa ng 3 pang tao at sila makakahawa ng mas marami pang iba. 20% ng mga nahawa ay maaaring maospital at dadami ng dadami ito habang mas kumakalat pa ang virus. Bukod sa dumaraming COVID-19 patients, marami pang ibang may sakit ang nasa mga pagamutan. Ang mga pasyenteng malubhang-malubha na ang karamdaman, hindi na maaasikaso. Wala ring lugar para sa mga pasyenteng may ibang karamdaman. Kaya nating iwasan ang patuloy na pagkalat ng COVID-19 kung iisipin natin ang kapakanan ng iba. Kailangan nating isipin at kumilos na parang bitbit na natin ang virus para hindi ito kumalat pa sa iba. Sundin ang social distancing. At hanggat maaari, manatili sa loob ng bahay. Kung talagang kinakailangang lumabas, panatilihin ang 1 metrong layo sa ibang tao. Maging malinis din sa katawan at sa kapaligiran. Parating maghugas ng kamay gamit ang sabon at tubig. At i-disinfect ang mga bagay na madalas hinahawakan. Ang mahalaga, mapabagal natin ang pagkalat ng COVID-19. Para mas kakaunti ang mga kailangang magpa-ospital at mabawasan ang mga Pilipinong magkakasakit. Magiging epektibo lamang ito kung mananatili tayo sa bahay. Sundin ang social distancing. Isang maliit na sakripisyo para sa buhay ng kapwa nating Pilipino. Tulong-tulong tayo. Let's beat COVID-19.
Alright, so yun yung presentation ni Karen, ni Marie at saka ni Teng. Sorry, I'll just go back again to my... Okay, so can you see my screen again?
Yes po.
Okay, sige. So that was the presentation of Karen, Marie, and Teng, no? So they presented this to their instructor, and apparently after that they got a grade of 1. So naka-1 sila dito sa report nilang to. So the 3 girls were very ecstatic, no, on their grades and decided to celebrate. So sabi nila, tara, mag-inuman session tayo. Let's have e-session. Mag-meet tayo sa internet. Let's get together and celebrate our success for this report. So Karen went to Aling Nena's sari-sari store without a mask and bought a San Mig apple to celebrate her 1. While Marie also wants to celebrate, but she took precautions, so medyo naninigurado siya. Usually, Marie wears only a mask when she goes out to buy food and drinks. But that afternoon, she wore a face shield as an additional protection. Naalala niya kasi dun sa report niya that droplets can be inhaled or enter through the eyes, nose, or mouth from other infected individuals. But Teng also wants to celebrate. But she deferred buying drinks kasi sinabi niya naman hindi naman to essential activity. And also, there's a liquor ban dun sa area na. So because naisip niya na meron naman roving store yung community niya sa neighborhood, yung roving store na to is done by their community leaders para maiwasan yung paglabas ng mga tao dun sa neighborhood nila. Hinintay niya na lang yung roving store and bought some apples para gumawa ng mocktail niya. So who did what, no? So at this point, we can see na meron, na-touch ba natin ang health literacy, health education, and health promotion. So first, before that, I would just like to ask, no, parang mayroon kasing slide kanina regarding what health literacy, if they know what the definition of health literacy is. I may ask the host to answer this question na lang para medyo magkaroon tayong interactive moment for a while. So for the host, what do you think is the definition of health literacy?
For me, health literacy would be taking in the information given to you and scrutinizing it, which is correct and which is false, based on reputable sources and applying them uh, on your life or on a daily basis.
Okay, that's a good point. Mamaya tignan natin talaga kung anong definition nila, no? Could I have another host from St. Luke's to answer if they have a different opinion or a different definition for health literacy?
Similar lang po siguro with what Raya said, that basically health literacy is how to properly analyze and how to properly interpret data given to you, and then how these should be used to prevent yourself, to promote good healthy practices.
Okay, sige. Thank you for that answer also, no? So let's go now to the definition, no? So what is health literacy? So health literacy is actually the benchmark of a person's elementary ability, no, to read and comprehend basic health terms, ideas, and information. So basically, ang sinasabi lang natin dito do they have the mental capacity or do they have the ability to comprehend or to understand information? So basically, yun lang ang health literacy. Alam mo ba kung ano yung pinagsasabi ng mga doktor mo? Alam mo ba kung ano pinagsasabi ng barangay health worker? Naiintindihan mo ba ang payo nila? So that is basically health literacy. And health literacy is actually an antecedent to health education. So what is health education? So health education, on the other hand, is combination naman na to ng mga learning experiences designed to help individuals or communities to improve their health by increasing their knowledge and influencing their attitudes. Key points dito, increasing their knowledge and influencing their attitudes. In health education, information needs to be accompanied always by a change of perspective and insight, and subsequently, how this will change your actions or beliefs, and if it's needed for another structuring. So, nagets na natin difference ng health literacy sa health education. So, basically, health literacy, naiintindihan mo yung mga medical terms, naiintindihan mo yung mga medical advices, naiintindihan mo yung medical na jargon. Ang health education naman, on the other hand, this is having that knowledge and affecting your behavior or your attitudes towards a certain behavior. So what is health promotion then? So health promotion naman is the process of enabling people to increase control over and to improve their health, no? So it moves beyond a focus on the individual behavior, but it is very wide in scope. This includes social and intervention and environmental interventions, political, cultural, lahat-lahat. So we can say here that health promotion is something that enables healthy behaviors through a whole of society approach. So ano ba ibig sabihin ng enabling interventions ng isang community for this one? We have policies. Yung mga polisiya ba natin sa barangay, polisiya natin sa munisipyo, polisiya natin sa syudad, are geared or directed for people to be healthy? Second, may mga resources ba sa community natin? Sinasabi natin palagi, always wash your hands, always sanitize your hands. Pero meron ba mga washing stations? Meron ba mga alcohol dispensers around the workplace? So yun yung mga enabling mechanisms natin when we say about health promotion and a whole of society approach. Ayan. So we can see here that Karen, Marie, and Teng exhibited yung tatlo natin, no? Health literacy, health education, and health promotion. Himayin pa natin. Nakauno si Karen regarding about the report on basic COVID-19 essentials, no? So naintindihan niya, na-explain niya properly, that is your health literacy. Health education naman, itong si Marie naman was able to present also, and there was a change of behavior, diba? Sabi kanina doon sa story, dati lumalabas siya wearing a mask only, pero nung nalaman niya na pwedeng mag-enter yung virus doon sa eyes, nose, and mouth niya, nag-wear na siya ng face shield. So there was a change in behavior. Doon naman sa instance ni Teng, makita natin dito na mayroon tayong enabling mechanisms, no, for her to become healthy. Ano yung nakita natin enabling mechanisms doon sa situation niya? Una, there was a policy, no? May liquor ban. Pangalawa, sa resources. Nakita natin na may roving store sila that could sell different food and drinks. So yun yung difference natin between health literacy, health education, and health promotion. So this is a continuum, no? So kailangan muna maging health literate ka bago ka makapag-proceed sa other steps na to. So for COVID-19 naman, let's put it in context, no? So health literacy, health education, and health promotion. So for the health literacy part, there should be information, no, to the public on the national status of the COVID-19. And this is through the COVID-19 data that the government agencies are releasing. Health education could be pushed if there are change in beliefs and perspectives of people through the different health campaigns, particularly sa DOH, ang campaign namin ngayon is the Bida Solusyon sa COVID-19. And thirdly, for health promotion to ensure, kailangan makapacitate and ma-empower yung mga local governments, government units natin and stakeholders para ensure also na yung minimum public health standards are being implemented in the area. So next is informing the public and understanding the COVID-19 data. So basically, if you can, if you're part of the, if you subscribe or like yung DOH Facebook page or yung COVID-19 Viber groups ng DOH, you can see that we are actually releasing 3 sets of data every day. So first, around 4 p.m., we have the case bulletin. Around an hour after, we are releasing naman yung summary, no, in case you miss it card namin about the statistics of COVID-19. And paggabi na, we could see that we are also releasing yung Philippine situationer natin. So as college students, no, and the other mga mga nasa medicine na sila, there are many things that we can see in this case bulletins, but sometimes these are so overwhelming na hindi natin pinapansin and hindi na natin alam kung ano yung dapat nating tignan. So part of my talk would be understanding the case bulletin and how would we interpret it as a person, no? Kung paano ba natin iintindihin yung data na linalabas. So first, we have the card 1. So this card 1 is actually a compilation lang of different data, no? So first one, ang pinaka-importante would be the total active cases. So for this part, makikita natin dito kung ilan ba yung active cases. Ibig sabihin, persons who are infected with COVID-19 who are still manifesting symptoms, no? So for this example, I'm taking our case bulletin issue number 188 for September 18, no? So total active cases dati kahapon is 65,906 and there are 3,257 newly reported cases. So that is very important to see kung gaano na ba kadami ay may sakit. Next one is the total cumulative cases. Ito yung medyo kinokosyon natin yung mga tao, no? Kasi this could induce fear, no, and panic. Pero it shouldn't be, no? The total cumulative cases kasi will never go down. Dahil pataas lang yan because it's cumulative in nature. So ibig sabihin, dadagdag yung cases ngayon, dadagdag yung cases bukas, sa isa pang araw, tataas yan. But what we want to see actually is the total active cases because this is a metric to see kung gumagana ba yung interventions ng government and the other health institutions in mitigating or in containing the COVID-19 disease. Card 2 would be basically a table lang on the newly reported cases by region. So makikita lang natin dito na disaggregate siya from different regions, BARM, CAR, Caraga, and so on, during the different months, no? And specifically sa September or for the current month, meron tayong columns lang on the weeks. And card number 3 is very interesting also. This is actually a card showing the total reported recoveries and total reported deaths. So this is very important for all of us to understand, no? How do we identify and tag persons as recovered? So sabi nga ni Karen Marie at Teng dun sa report nila, the nature of this disease is still unknown, no? And evidences are evolving and there are still a lot of things that we would want to learn about this disease. But recently, WHO, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention of the United States, Singapore Ministry of Health, has found out evidences kung gaano ba katagal ang pagkakaroon ng sakit ng isang tao with COVID-19. So makikita natin dito na actually, rarity of virus can be cultured in respiratory samples after 9 days after symptom onset, especially in patients with mild disease. So ibig sabihin, sa 9th day, wala na masyadong virus load ang tao ng COVID-19, ng SARS-CoV-2. No? So at the 13th day, WHO stated na pwede nang ma-release ang isang pasyente for COVID-19. So ano yung implication nito sa Pilipinas? Before, we need to have a test muna, no? Before, kailangan mo muna mag-diagnose, and kung magaling ka na, kailangan mo pa ulit mag-test para malaman kung meron ka pang COVID-19 virus or SARS-CoV-2 na virus sa katawan ninyo. But let us also understand that the RT-PCR sometimes is very, 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 very sensitive. Okay? Ano ba ang tinutukoy ng RT-PCR? It's actually the virus, no? Yung virus mismo. So ibig sabihin nito, kahit patay na yung virus, kahit fragmented na yung virus, kung na-detect siya ng RT-PCR yung kamay ng virus na yun, it will still prove to be positive pa rin yung result niya. Pero hindi na siya magkakaroon ng sakit. Sorry, may nag-doodle. Sorry, is it me or na may ba nag-doodle sa screen? Sorry for that. Okay, so going back. So sa 13th day, pwede nang i-release from isolation ang isang pasyente because evidence say na wala na masyadong viral load and the person is not considered as infectious. Okay, so I think this is the same slide. So why was this initiative done? No? The shift from manual tagging of recoveries to time-based tagging resulted doon sa adoption natin doon sa CDC and WHO guidelines na mag-move na tayo from a test-based strategy to a symptom-based and time-based strategy in determining recoveries. Okay, so this means that negative RT-PCR swab is no longer required for a COVID-19 patient to be considered recovered. Ang kailangan lang natin dito is malaman natin kung kailan nagsimula ang simptomas at kailangan natin magbilang ng ilang araw para malaman kung recovered na ang pasyente. So consistent with the department memo that the Department of Health released, patients are considered recovered 14 days after the date that they had symptoms for mild cases and 14 days after their specimen collection for asymptomatic cases. So this applies to what? Yung ating patients who are asymptomatic and those who are mild. Because for the patients na meron tayong severe cases, meron na naman iba silang algorithm, which is PISMID naman yung merong algorithms doon. No? So, ibig sabihin, for example, on June 29, nagkaroon ng ubo yung pasyente. So, yun yung onset of symptoms natin. We need to count 14 days from June 29 bago sila masabi na recovered by a certification of a physician. So yun yung caveat dito, no? Kailangan ma-certify siya ng isang physician based on her physical examinations kung wala na talaga siyang symptoms on the 14th day. And for asymptomatic individuals, ang time na kung saan tayo nagsistart would be the date that the specimen was collected. So this was actually supported by the Philippine College of Physicians and also the Philippine Society for Microbiology and Infectious Diseases. No? So just to recap, for asymptomatic individuals who remain without symptoms, 14 days of isolation have been completed from the time of the original positive result, pwede na siyang makonsider na recovered. And for patients with mild to moderate COVID-19 disease, at least 14 days of isolation have been completed, including resolution of fever na walang ginagamit na other medications like paracetamol or any other cough suppressants for at least 3 days. So let's go now to cards 4 and 6. So the cards 4 and 6 is actually disaggregated ulit to kung ilan ba yung reported deaths per region. So if you want to be more cognizant on the different regions, you can look at this card. The following cards are actually graphical representations. No? So more visual on specific regions na nagkaroon dati ng spike, no? Na medyo tumaas talaga yung mga cases. So this is for NCR and Region 7. And we also have nationwide graph illustration on this. And also on the last graph, yung fourth graph natin, would be a comparison, no, with Region 7, NCR, and other regions. So makikita natin dito actually yung trend kung ilan ba yung namamatay for COVID-19. Next card, yung 7 to 10, will be talking about the health system capacity. Gaano ba kahanda o gaano ba capacitated yung health capacity, yung health systems natin on actually taking care of these patients. So for card 7, we can see here na meron tayong different factors na titingnan natin dito, no? So we have ICU beds, isolation beds, ward beds, and ventilators. So makikita natin dito kung ilan yung percent available and the percent occupied. So why is it important for us to know, no, kung ilan ba yung occupied na mga beds, ICU, MEC beds, saka ilan pa yung mga walang pasyente na gumagamit dito. The critical care utilization rate is actually a parameter, no, of the health system that is used para ma-classify kung anong level of community quarantine tayo ngayon. So the CUR is the maximum value na utilization ng COVID-19 beds and mechanical ventilators. Dati, sa old classification natin, pag more than 70% danger zone siya, 30 to 70% warning zone, and less than 30% na utilization rate would be safe zone. But we have a new classification now, which actually dinasaggregate pa na yung high risk and medium risk. So para magkaroon tayo na mas malaking range on the classifications ng utilization. Bakit natin kailangan to? Again, this is actually a basis, one of the basis, kung paano ba natin sasabi kung ECQ ba tayo, MECQ ba tayo, GCQ, or MGCQ. Because with this critical care utilization rates, makikita natin, oops, sumusobra na tayo sa mga pasyente, kulang na ang ating kagamitan. We need to do more efforts and response to mitigate or para hindi nahayaan na mag-overflow ang mga pasyente. So why is it important to monitor the critical care utilization rate? Actually, this is a video co-produced by the Association of Philippine Medical Colleges Student Network and the Department of Health on actually explaining what flattening the curve is.
Magandang araw! Ako nga pala si Dr. Wais. Marami na nagtatanong sa akin kung ano nga ba ang ibig sabihin ng flattening the curve. Hayaan ninyong ipaliwanag ko ito sa inyo. Nakikita niyo ba ang linyang ito na ikinuhit ko? Isipin ninyo, hanggang dito lamang ang kakayanan ng mga ospital natin na mag-alaga ng may sakit. Pag mas mababa rito, kaya itong tugunan ng ating mga doktor at ospital. Ngunit, pag lumampas na rito ay mahihirapan na kaming rumisponde. Sa mga normal na araw, kayang-kaya namin at ng mga ospital na mag-alaga ng mga pasyente. Magkalagnat man si nanay o ubot-sipon si tatay, maalagaan namin sila. Ngunit, biglang dumating si COVID-19. Mabilis itong kumalat at wala pa itong gamot. Ang isang taong may COVID-19 ay maaaring makahawa ng 2 pa at 2 pa ulit, hanggang sa magdoble-doble ito at lumobo ang bilang ng may sakit. Ngayon, mataas na ang bundok. Kaya pa ba silang alagaan ng ating mga ospital at doktor? Hindi na. Ito ang tinatawag nating pagtaas ng curve. Kapag mataas na ang curve at lampas na ito sa kapasidad ng ating healthcare system, hindi na mabibigyan ang mga pasyente ng kaukulang alaga. Kaya kailangan nating i-flatten ang curve. Sa flattening ng curve, sinisiguro natin na hindi magsasabay-sabay ang mga kaso ng COVID-19. Dahil dito, nabibigyan natin ng mas maraming oras ang ating healthcare system upang rumisponde. Ibig sabihin, hindi magsisiksikan ang mga COVID-19 patients natin sa ospital. Ibig din sabihin, lahat sila ay maalagaan ng mabuti. Para lang ding itong pagre-review para sa isang exam. Kung may isang araw ka lamang para aralin lahat ng iyong leksyon, mahihirapan ka. Ngunit kung bibigyan ka ng isang linggo para mag-aral, mas magiging madali ito para sa iyo. At tiyak, mas kakayanin mong makakuha ng mataas na score. Bilang ordinaryong mamamayan, marami tayong magagawa upang ma-flatten ang curve. Iwasan ang posibleng pagkalat ng sakit sa pamamagitan ng pananatili sa bahay. Kung lalabas man, magsuot ng mask at i-practice ang 1 meter rule sa physical distancing. Kumain tayo ng tama at palakasin ang ating resistensya laban sa sakit. Mas marami ang tutulong, mas kaya natin ma-flatten ang curve. Si nanay, isang beses sa isang linggo na lang mamamalengke. Si tatay, sa bahay muna nagtatrabaho. Si ate, online muna mag-aaral. Si kuya, hindi muna lalabas para maglaro ng basketball. At ako, maghuhugas ng kamay ng mabuti at madalas. Sana kayo rin. Tandaan, lahat tayo ay maaaring tumulong para ma-flatten ang curve. Oo, lalo na kayong mga nasa bahay.
Alright, so nakita natin yung video, no? So that is actually a nice explanation, no, on what flattening the curve really is. So when we say flattening the curve, we need to address two issues, no? The health system capacity of the locality and also yung mga protective measures natin para maibaba yung number of patients contracting the said disease. Okay. So going on through our case bulletins, we have our card 12 and your in case you miss it card na yung summary natin. So basically sa card 12, pinapakita lang dito kung how many individuals are already tested, no? So as of September 17, we have 3,039,945 people who are already tested for this COVID-19. Actually, for the Southeast Asia, we are one of the top countries who actually did a lot of testings. So currently we have 97 licensed RT-PCR laboratories and 29 licensed gene expert laboratories who are capable of diagnosing or detecting itong COVID-19 natin. So makita natin na we came along yung journey natin on having this number of licensed laboratories. Maalala natin, if you can still remember no mga start ng ating COVID-19 response, na yung mga samples pa natin pinapadala lang sa RITM and RITM sends it to Melbourne, Australia for actually the diagnosis of this disease. But now we are capable. We have 97 RT-PCR laboratories and 29 gene experts. The next one would be your in case you miss it card. Na makita lang natin dito actually the summary of the COVID statistics natin. No? So we have the individuals tested, confirmed cases, recoveries, active cases, and deaths. Now, this is an additional card every Monday. No? So every Monday, the Department of Health is actually releasing yung mga global benchmarks natin and juxtaposing it or comparing it with the Philippine status. So let's start first with the case fatality rate. Dito medyo magkakaroon tayo ng medyo statistics, but it's not heavy statistics actually. We just need to understand kung ano ba yung relevance ito or implications ito sa COVID-19 health response natin. So actually, the case fatality rate is the proportion of persons with a particular condition who die from that condition. So it is a measure actually of how severe the disease is. So para makuha natin dito is actually number of cause-specific deaths all over the total number of incident cases times 10 raised to nth number, no? So for example, para hindi tayo masyadong complicated sa statistics, there are 30 persons who were infected with COVID for a particular disease, let's say disease X. And among these infected people, 6 persons died of disease X, no? So paano natin malalaman yung case fatality rate niya? So case fatality rate nito is 6 all over 30 times 100, and that makakuha tayo ng case fatality rate. For example, dito sa instance na to, it is 20% ang ating case fatality rate. The next thing that we're actually releasing is the positivity rate, no? So ano naman tong positivity rate? So positivity rate is actually the percentage of people who test positive over the total number of persons tested. So dito papasok yung how many individual persons were already tested by COVID-19 and how many of these people actually turned positive. So ano bang implications ng positivity rate, no? So a high percent positive means that more testing should probably be done. And it also suggests that it is not a good time to relax restrictions aimed at reducing coronavirus transmission. So dapat hindi maging lax, patuloy pa rin yung ating mga response and efforts in containing the virus. The World Health Organization recommended in May, this May lang, that the percent positive remain below 5%. So yun yung benchmark natin. Below 5% sana yung ating positivity rate. But as of now, we can see that our positivity rate is at 10.61 as of September 7, 2020. So medyo mataas pa rin yung positivity rate natin. So dalawa yung pwede natin gawin dito. Damihan pa natin yung mga testing natin. And pangalawa, mas paigtingin natin yung mga responses natin, no, on how to contain the COVID-19 virus. So for example, just to give a visual representation, no, nag-test tayo ng 30 na tao. And it came out na 3 ang positive for a certain disease Y. So the positivity rate now is 10%, no? So that's 3 all over 30 times 100, then you get the positivity rate. Next would be the reproduction number. So the reproduction number is, the basic reproduction number is computed, no? Kung gaano ba kadami na-infect ng isang tao ang ibang tao. So it's used to measure the transmission potential, yung transmission potential ng isang disease, kung gaano kadami yung pwede niyang ma-infect pa ng iba. Okay. So for example, we have measles, no? So measles is an airborne disease, so it is transmitted through through air. Na it could actually infect 18 more people. So ang reproduction number ng measles would be 18. When we look at the COVID-19 data, we can see that the global reproduction number, no, is actually 2 to 3. So one person with COVID-19 can infect 2 to 3 people at the average with the global scenario. So ito yung global scenario natin. But in the Philippines, we can see that we are faring better na one person can infect one more person. So now we're done na with understanding what the case bulletins are, kung ano ba yung mga very pertinent topics natin doon, and paano ba natin sila kailangan internalize. So the next part now is transforming the data into calls for action. So basically, the Department of Health is having now the Be the Solution campaign, no? So it centers on 4 actual steps, no? That is bawal walang mask, i-sanitize ang mga kamay, dumistansya na 1 metro, at alamin ang totoong impormasyon. So we are focusing on these 4 simple steps that all people can actually do. So with this, paano ba namin kino-communicate to, no? How do we disseminate this information? So there are different communication materials that the Department of Health is doing right now. We have checklists on what to do sa family, kung ano yung mga kailangan gawin, to confirm with the BIDA measures, no, yung BIDA natin. We are also giving nudges, no? So these nudges, based sa ating studies and researches, nudges are very effective tools to actually remind people on their non-pharmacological interventions, yung mga pwede nilang gawin para mabawasan yung transmission ng COVID-19. We also have a lot of infographics that the people can see sa ating mga social media platforms. And this is not all, no? So we also have packages for workplace, for transportation, on the proper wearing of masks, proper disinfection, distancing, and on the right information. So this is actually more centered sa COVID-19 response natin, no? But as Department of Health, dapat hindi lang COVID-19 yung kino-communicate namin, no? And hindi lang dapat yun yung topic or yung focus on health. So we have this Healthy Pilipinas initiative, wherein this is a more proactive platform that discusses naman different diseases and other illnesses, no, that is actually present in our community pero medyo na sideline because of the COVID-19, but are as equal of importance. So we celebrate cerebral palsy, newborn screening, drug abuse, thyroid awareness. So this is a more playful approach on our more playful approach and more light, if I may say, na approach on targeting yung ibang diseases natin in the community. And also, we are here to enable and empower, no? So we have policy references on the guides to new normal. We have playbooks. These are actually playbooks or step-by-step or parang yung mga guide ng mga ating local government units on how to actually implement or how to develop their own programs and strategies on different health issues. For this example, we have the active transport during COVID-19. And we also have resource packages on our nudges and other communication materials. So aside from that, kailangan rin natin malaman ano yung minimum public health standards. So mga minimum public health standards natin, if you can see here, are basically yung mga sinabi rin natin kanina, no? Cover your mouth when coughing, avoid smoking, promote mental health, stay at home, provide support for essential workforce, for vulnerable groups, hand washing, disinfect your environment, wear masks, and all the rest of the preventive measures that we have. So these are actually being given to the public and also to the local government units and the local chief executives to actually monitor yung compliance nila. Kung nasa enhanced community quarantine or modified enhanced community quarantine, ito yung mga steps na dapat gawin ng isang community para maiwasan yung transmission ng COVID-19. And the rest, you can see here, meron sa moderate risk and for the low risk for GCQ ng mga communities. So I'm nearing the end of the topic na, no? So the last part would be actually where to get the information that we need. So this is actually, I'm just plugging no mga references that we could actually visit as social media savvy persons. I guess most of the audience here are college students who can actually navigate properly, no, through internet. And maybe this could also be shared to your parents, to your yung mga mas matatanda nating mga loved ones, no? So we actually have two websites. So we have the Department of Health. This is actually the official website of the Department of Health, and also yung Healthy Pilipinas, which is more interactive and more educational, no? So ito yung mas lay. So parang na-translate na ito into lay communication, into lay messaging para hindi mahirapan yung general public. So it's actually in Healthy Pilipinas website. And then we have platforms in Facebook also. So we have actually 3 na Facebook accounts natin. So first we have the official Department of Health, which is a more reactive na Facebook page where you can see the announcements of the day. We have the Healthy Pilipinas, which is more centered and more focused on our health programs. And also the Bida Solutions of COVID-19, which is more centered on the COVID-19 response. Also, we have Twitter and we have TikTok and we also have YouTube and Viber, which is actually mas updated siya, no? So hourly meron tayong updates dito. So we have 2 Viber community groups. We have one for the healthcare workers and also one for the general public. So I think for the participants dito, you could check the Viber community group yung for the general public, which is DOHPH COVID-19. So basically, those are the platforms that you could access to actually know more about COVID-19, no? And lastly, I would just like to plug, this is a shameless plug. I know that most of the participants here are aspiring doctors, no? They want to be doctors in the future. And I'm inviting everyone to be a doctor to the barrio, no? So it's a very enlightening experience. It's actually a very grounding experience where you can learn about the health systems of the Philippines, no? At the local level, at the national level, at the regional level, no? So it's a very nice experience to ground yourselves, to actually immerse with the people who really want to serve, no? The Filipino people. So kung gusto nyo mag-isla, mag-isla kayo. Kung gusto nyo mag-syudad, syudad kayo. But at the end of the day, let us all be reminded, no, that we are going to be doctors, we are going to be health professionals in the service of the Filipino people. So I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you everyone for listening, and I hope you got insights, no, and other information on how to actually scrutinize the COVID-19 data that the Department of Health is actually publishing to the public. So thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madumba, for that very timely talk regarding health literacy and the truth about COVID-19. So I'm sure the information you shared is a helpful reinforcement for all of our aspiring healthcare professionals participating today. We gained some new insights on the differences between health literacy, health education, and health promotion, and how important that we achieve this in the pandemic. Also, I do think that we're all now better equipped to navigate the case bulletins from the Department of Health and the other health materials available to us. So we actually have gathered a few questions from our audience. I would like to start with the first one. Um, okay, so hello, Doc. Please explain the spikes in recoveries. The first spike was understandable since the guidelines changed. However, what would explain the succeeding spikes? Shouldn't there instead be a daily increase in recoveries after guideline adoption? Also, since we base recoveries on absence of symptoms, is adequate follow-up being done, especially for those who are asked to recover at home? So it's quite long.
Okay, sige. Hati-hatiin natin yung question. The first one is, I think the question is, shouldn't we see more recoveries with this time-based and symptom-based approach? Yes, actually, we saw an increase in our recovery. So as of today, if I'm not mistaken, I'll just check my the case bulletin for today. So actually, wait lang ha, for a moment. Okay, so for today, we have actually a 74% na recovery rate natin, no? So, of the confirmed cases, 209,885 are actually recovered. Actually, para makikita natin dito, previously we had a problem because medyo mabagal yung reporting natin with our recoveries when we didn't have this time-based or symptom-based approach. This is actually being validated, yung mga ating mga statistics, no? On different levels, no? So hindi lang central office yung nagva-validate dito. It actually the data comes from the local government units wherein they have their data reporting units, no? So sila yung nagko-collect ng data nito, and for those people who actually are asymptomatic for 14 days and who have already recovered, and it goes up to the regional level and then to the central office for validation and certification. But then again, the process is not perfect, and there are some instances, no, that there are duplications or there are a mistagging of the recoveries, no? So basically, close naman yung number natin dun sa actual number of our recovered cases. So I think that would answer the question.
Okay, so the next question that was asked for is, since we base our recoveries on the absence of symptoms, is there adequate follow-up being done, especially for those who are asked to recover at home?
Sorry, can you repeat the last one? Please.
Okay, is adequate follow-up being done, especially for those who are asked to recover at home?
At home? Sorry?
Yes, at home.
Yes. Actually, kasi, people with COVID-19 need to have their certificate no, that they are actually recovered. And how do they get that certification? It's with their public health doctors, no? So this is actually an operation or function of the local government units. They are the ones who should help and support, no, in looking for these patients and actually monitoring them kung sino nag-positive sa area nila, and actually having them monitor after 14 days kung sila ba ay wala na symptoms and are recovered.
Okay po. For our next question, why does DOH choose to report recoveries in mass quantities on Sundays? Isn't this misleading regarding the severity of the situation, especially since there are reporting errors such as deaths being initially tagged as recoveries?
Okay, so I'm gonna present. I'll just look for yung process natin on how we report the COVID-19 recoveries. For a while. I'm sorry, can I share my screen lang? Okay, so this is actually the steps no, on how the general process in tagging COVID-19 recoveries. So for Sunday, we extract the database no entries and generate a list of the eligible cases from time-based recovery. So this is being forwarded na to the time-based tagging sa DOH Centers for Health Development. When you say time-based tagging po sa Centers of Health Development, binababa to sa regions natin. So from Mondays to Fridays, nagko-collect kasi ang ating Centers for Health Development or the regional offices and also their local government units to double-check the list of eligible cases for time-based tagging. So the first level of review actually ensures that there are no deaths, severe and critical cases are incorrectly included in the list of eligible cases for time-based tagging. And B is to verify and reflect time-based recoveries in the database. So ibig sabihin, inasikaso ito na ating Centers for Health Development and local government units from Monday to Friday. And then when it comes to Saturday and Sunday, ito na yung process na binabalik nila yung data sa central office. So dito nagkakaroon ito ng quality check, logic checks to reflect adjustments to the database. And at Sunday, we release the daily case bulletin and the release of the data drop. So actually, it's a one-week process on actually tagging the recoveries and actually validating and certifying this one.
Okay. We'll now move on to the last question. Regarding the first video on COVID-19 basics, it was mentioned that COVID-19 can only be airborne in hospital settings. However, haven't recent studies acknowledged by the WHO show that COVID-19 is airborne?
There are studies na may nagsasabi na airborne ang COVID-19, but there's actually not sufficient evidence to say that in a certain degree na airborne talaga siya. So actually, WHO, ang sabi pa yung WHO, minimize muna natin ang airborne transmission sa hospital settings natin. There are no enough evidence na nagsasabi na, oops, airborne na siya outside the hospital setting. But there are studies that point to it, but we should also understand na hindi dapat isang study lang or a few studies would give the best evidence. So it's dapat peer-reviewed, it was collaborated by clinical trials also or other ways of researches to have actually a very good evidence. But currently, WHO states that the mode of transmission is basically droplet transmission and airborne is confined to that aerosol producing ng mga interventions natin at the hospital or clinical settings.
Okay, thank you for that answer questions. Thank you once again, Dr. Madumba. To show our gratitude to you for joining us as our speaker, we would like to present this virtual certificate of appreciation. We hereby recognize Dominic A. Madumba for participating as speaker in our event entitled SULONG, an online mental health webinar for students on COVID-19, given this 19th day of September 2020. Again, thank you for being with us today. Okay, so to close the event, may we welcome Katrina Feliciano and Rafael Talao, the project heads of SULONG, for the closing remarks.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Katrina, and then my co-head Raf is also here. And first of all, we'd like to thank our wonderful speakers, Ms. Corpus, Dr. Cordero, Dr. Tuazon, and Dr. Madumba for sharing their insights. Thank you also to our organizational partners and media partners, as well as to our attendees for participating and listening. We started planning this event more than a month ago, and we're very grateful for how it has been received so far. And we hope that everyone has learned a lot from the 4 talks that we had.
Okay.
So medyo nasabi na yun ni Kat lahat. So again, I would just like to say thank you to Kat, my co-project head, and to everyone who attended this event. This event would not be possible with all of you. And we hope that the purpose of this event was to inform and to educate people regarding COVID-19 and how to take care of themselves during the pandemic. And we hope that we were able to inspire you through our 4 esteemed speakers who were with us in this event. So again, thank you, and I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you, Katfel and Rafael. All right. So that ends our webinar for today. We hope that we were able to give you answers to the questions we have for today. And as we move this webinar to a close, just a little reminder for everyone to always take care of yourself and other people around you. And when in doubt, always go back to the questions of who am I? Where do I belong? What can I do? And how will I know? And you will always have the answers for yourself and others. Before we go, may we please request the audience to answer a post-event evaluation form that will be sent to the Zoom chat so that we can further improve our future events. Once again, thank you to the organizers, our speakers, and of course to our lovely audience. Again, I am Raya Fuentes, and this has been SULONG, an online mental health webinar for students on COVID-19.
Do you remember me at all? Day and night, she's my summertime storm. Nothing's quite like those legs of hers. Day and night, she's my summertime storm. Day and night, she's my summertime storm. Nothing's quite like those legs of hers. Day and night, she's my summertime.